Welcome, weary traveller, to the ancient chronicles of fire and shadow, where the greatest terrors ever wrought by dark design still echo through the halls of memory. Tonight we shall trace the lineage of dragons from their first forging in Morgoth's furnaces to their final flames extinguished beneath Middle-earth skies. Let the whisper of ancient wings and the distant roar of forgotten fires carry you into peaceful slumber as we explore every scale and flame, every hoard and lair of the great worms that once darkened the world with their presence. In the beginning, before mortal minds could conceive of time or memory could anchor itself to event, there existed only the vast and endless void, a darkness so complete that it preceded the very concept of light, a silence so profound that sound itself had yet to be born from the cosmic fabric of possibility. This was the era that scholars in their towers of accumulated wisdom would later name the Blue Age, though even that designation carries within it assumptions about color and perception that had no meaning in those primordial depths, where existence itself was but a whisper of potential, waiting to unfold. At the heart of this cosmic emptiness, beyond the reach of mortal understanding and dwelling in realms that transcend the boundaries of space and substance, there dwelt a consciousness of such ancient and incomprehensible nature that its very existence defied the categories by which lesser beings organized their understanding of reality. This was Lord Ao, the Overgod, the Hidden One, whose thoughts move through dimensions that mortals cannot fathom, and whose purposes remain shrouded in mystery even to the divine beings who would later emerge from the wake of his cosmic contemplations. Lord Ao existed in a state of deliberate indifference that was not cruelty, but rather a form of divine detachment that allowed for the kind of creative freedom that could only emerge from the absence of controlling intention. The role that Lord Ao played in the creation of what would eventually become the world of Toril remains a subject of theological debate that has consumed the finest minds across millennia, with schools of thought divided not merely on matters of detail but on fundamental questions about the nature of divine action itself. Some scholars, those who favor the most conservative interpretations of ancient texts, maintain that the Overgod's involvement began and ended with a single act of cosmic architecture, the creation of the crystal sphere that would contain and define the boundaries within which all subsequent creation could unfold. This crystal sphere, they argue, was not merely a container, but a fundamental structure that established the laws and limitations that would govern the behavior of divine beings and the worlds they might choose to create. According to this interpretation, Lord Ao's divine spark provided the initial creative impulse that brought the crystal sphere into existence, but his role ended there, leaving the actual work of world building and life creation to the subordinate deities who would emerge within that carefully constructed cosmic framework. This view presents the Overgod as a kind of cosmic architect who designed the building but left the interior decoration to others, establishing the rules of the game without determining how that game would ultimately be played. Other theological traditions, however, attribute far greater involvement to Lord Ao in the fundamental structure of reality within the crystal sphere. These scholars propose that the Overgod not only created the containing sphere, but also established what they call the Sea of Night, the vast astral realm that serves as the medium through which the various worlds and planes existence relate to one another. In this interpretation, every celestial body that floats within the sphere, every plane of existence that intersects with the material world, every pathway that connects one realm to another, all of these emerged from Lord Ao's initial creative act and continue to operate according to principles that he established in those first moments of cosmic formation. Yet even among those who accept this expanded view of the Overgod's creative involvement, There remains disagreement about whether Lord Aoree acted alone in establishing these fundamental structures, or whether he worked in conjunction with other divine beings whose origins are themselves wrapped in mystery. The most intriguing of these alternative theories suggests that the Sea of Night and the various worlds suspended within it were actually the creation of two divine beings who emerged not as separate entities, but as complementary aspects of a single cosmic principle that manifested as twin sisters, identical in their fundamental nature yet diametrically opposed in their expression of that divine essence. These twin goddesses, Selûne and Shar, represent one of the most ancient and enduring theological mysteries in all the vast canon of Forgotten Realms scholarship. Beautiful beyond mortal comprehension, yet terrible in their cosmic significance, these sisters embodied the fundamental duality that would come to define not merely the physical structure of reality, but the moral and spiritual challenges that would confront every thinking being who would later emerge within their sphere of influence. Selûne, with her silver hair that caught and reflected the light that had not yet been created, represented the principle of illumination, not merely physical light, but the kind of divine radiance that makes knowledge possible, that allows beings to distinguish between truth and falsehood, that creates the conditions under which wisdom can develop and flourish. Her twin sister Shar, whose raven black hair seemed to absorb and nullify the very concept of illumination, embodied the equally necessary principle of darkness, not as the absence of light, but as an active force that provided rest from the overwhelming intensity of complete knowledge, that created spaces of mystery and privacy where individual consciousness could develop without being consumed by the totality of cosmic awareness. In their original state, before the events that would forever divide them, these sisters saw themselves as complementary aspects of a single divine being, so closely connected that early sages and scholars often referred to them by a singular name, the two-faced goddess, or the sisters who were one. During this primordial epoch, when the crystal sphere contained nothing but the swirling potential of uncreated possibility, the twin goddesses worked together in perfect harmony to coax order from the primal chaos that filled their father's cosmic container. Their combined efforts focused on a single point within the vast Sea of Night, a location that would eventually become known as the world of Toril, though at this early stage it existed only as a sphere of primordial waters, a planetary ocean of protoplasmic essence that contained within its depths all the raw materials necessary for the eventual creation of life, but which lacked the organizing principles that could transform that potential into actual living beings. This water world, suspended in the darkness of space and illuminated only by the gentle radiance that emanated from Selûne's divine presence, was a place of profound stillness and infinite possibility. The vast ocean that covered its entire surface was not merely water as mortals understand the substance, but rather a kind of cosmic soup that contained within its molecular structure the fundamental building blocks of consciousness, emotion, and all the other qualities that would eventually distinguish living beings from mere matter. Yet for all its potential, this primordial sea remained cold and lifeless, lacking the spark of divine purpose that could transform its raw materials into something greater than the sum of its component parts. It was from this protoplasmic ocean of possibility that the twin goddesses, working in perfect synchronization, manifested into creation, a third divine being whose purpose would be to serve as the conscious embodiment of the material world itself. This new goddess, Chantee, emerged from the very substance of the planet as its living avatar, her consciousness spreading through every drop of the primordial ocean, her awareness encompassing every particle of matter that would eventually be shaped into continents and mountains, forests and rivers, all the physical structures that would provide a foundation for the complex ecosystems that life would require in order to flourish and diversify. Chantee's awakening marked a crucial transition in the cosmic development of what would become the Forgotten Realms, for her consciousness brought to the raw materials of creation the kind of purposeful intention that could transform mere potential into actual substance. Yet even as she gained awareness of her role as the embodiment of the material world, Chantee recognized that something crucial was missing from the cosmic equation that the twin goddesses had established. The world that she had become possessed all the necessary ingredients for life, but it lacked the fundamental energy source that could provide the warmth and light that living beings would need in order to grow and thrive. The planet that Chantee embodied was beautiful in its pristine potential, illuminated by the cool, gentle radiance that flowed from Selûne's divine essence, and balanced by the restful shadows that Shah's presence created in the spaces between that illumination. Yet this balanced lighting, perfect as it was for meditation and contemplation, could not provide the intense, focused energy that would be necessary to drive the complex chemical processes that life requires. What was needed was not merely illumination, but a source of heat, a cosmic furnace that could bathe the world in the kind of transformative energy that could awaken the sleeping potential within the primordial ocean and begin the long process of evolution that would eventually lead to the emergence of conscious, thinking beings. And so Chantee, speaking with a voice that resonated through every atom of the material world, made her plea to the twin goddesses who had created her. She asked them to provide warmth for the world that had become her body, heat that could nurture the first stirrings of life within the cosmic soup of her planetary ocean. This request seemed simple enough, a logical next step in the process of creation that the sisters had begun. Yet it would prove to be the catalyst for a cosmic conflict whose consequences would echo through every subsequent age of the world's development. The response to Chantee's plea revealed, for the first time, a fundamental difference in philosophy between the twin goddesses that had previously been hidden beneath their surface harmony. Selûne, whose nature inclined her toward the active principle of creation and growth, immediately understood the necessity of providing the warmth that Chantee requested. In her divine wisdom, she could see the magnificent possibilities that would unfold if life were allowed to develop and flourish. The countless varieties of beauty and complexity that could emerge from the raw materials of the primordial ocean, the rich tapestry of relationships and experiences that thinking beings could create once they had been awakened from the dormant state of mere potential. Shah, however, viewed Chantee's request with deep suspicion and growing alarm. From her perspective, the perfect balance that existed in the current state of creation was something to be preserved rather than altered. The peaceful stillness of the primordial world, the absence of the kind of chaotic activity that life inevitably brings, the pure and undisturbed darkness that provided such perfect conditions for rest and contemplation. All of these qualities would be lost if her sister's impulsive desire to nurture life were allowed to proceed unchecked. Where Selûne saw potential for beauty and growth, Shah perceived the inevitable introduction of suffering, conflict, and the kind of restless dissatisfaction that seems to characterize all living beings. This philosophical divide between the twin goddesses represented more than a simple difference of opinion about the desirability of creating life. It reflected a fundamental disagreement about the very purpose of existence itself, a cosmic schism that would prove impossible to bridge through discussion or compromise. Selûne believed that existence was meant to be dynamic, creative, ever-changing and growing toward greater levels of complexity and consciousness. Shah, by contrast, held that the highest form of existence was the perfect stillness and peace that characterized the current state of creation, and that any introduction of change or movement could only lead away from this ideal condition toward greater degrees of chaos and suffering. The conflict that erupted between the sisters over this fundamental question was unlike anything that had previously existed within the bounds of creation. Their battle was not merely a clash of opposing wills, but a cosmic catastrophe that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of reality that their father had so carefully constructed. The energies unleashed by their struggle rippled through dimensions that mortals cannot perceive, creating shockwaves that would continue to influence the development of the cosmos for eons to come. Recognizing that she could not convince her sister through argument or persuasion, and driven by her conviction that life must be allowed to flourish regardless of the cost, Selûne reached beyond the boundaries of their father's crystal sphere and into the elemental plane of fire. This realm of pure, eternal flame existed outside the normal structures of creation, a place where the fundamental forces of heat and energy dwelt in their most concentrated and dangerous form. The very act of reaching into this plane was agonizing for a being whose nature was more aligned with the gentle illumination of moonlight than with the fierce intensity of elemental fire. Yet Selûne endured the pain and brought forth a fragment of pure, ever-living flame. Using this shard of eternal fire as the seed of her creation, Selûne ignited a new celestial body within the sea of night, the sun that would provide the warmth and energy that Chantee needed in order to nurture life upon the world that had become her body. The birth of this first sun was a moment of cosmic triumph that brought light and heat cascading across the primordial ocean, awakening chemical processes that had lain dormant since the world's formation, beginning the long and complex journey that would eventually lead to the emergence of the first living beings. Yet even as Selûne celebrated her successful creation of the sun, she found herself confronting the full fury of her sister's rage. Shah's reaction to the appearance of this new source of light and heat was immediate and overwhelming, a divine wrath that shook the foundations of creation itself. The goddess of darkness brought all of her considerable power to bear upon her already injured sister, seeking not merely to extinguish the sun that Selûne had created, but to smother the very principle of light and growth that the moon goddess represented. The assault that Shah launched against her twin was devastating in its intensity and precision, drawing upon cosmic forces that complemented and balanced those that Selûne wielded. The goddess of darkness created zones of absolute negation that consumed light and heat, spaces where the very concept of energy was absorbed and nullified. Her attack struck Selûne at the moment when the moon goddess was most vulnerable, still weakened by her ordeal in reaching into the plane of fire, still recovering from the enormous expenditure of energy required to ignite the sunday. Under normal circumstances, such an assault might well have succeeded in destroying Selûne entirely, ending the cosmic experiment in creation before it had truly begun. Yet the moon goddess possessed reserves of determination that her sister had not anticipated, a commitment to the principle of life and growth that went deeper than mere preference or inclination. Rather than submit to Shah's assault or attempt to defend herself through conventional means, Selûne made a choice that demonstrated both her desperation and her absolute dedication to the cause of creation. Tearing from herself a portion of her own divine essence, an act that brought her to the very brink of destruction, Selûne hurled this fragment of her fundamental being directly at her sister's form. The projectile that emerged from this act of cosmic self-sacrifice was not merely energy or matter, but a piece of living divinity, a fragment of the moon goddess's own consciousness and power that carried within it all of her commitment to the principles of light, growth, and creative change. When this projectile of pure divine essence struck Shah, the resulting explosion of cosmic energy created something entirely unprecedented in the history of creation. Rather than simply destroying the goddess of darkness or being absorbed by her nullifying power, Selyun's sacrificed essence bonded with some of Shah's own dark nature, fusing together in a way that created something new. A fifth divine being who embodied within her singular consciousness both the creative impulses of light and the preserving tendencies of darkness. This new goddess, who would be known to later generations as Mystril, represented the first successful synthesis of the opposing principles that the twin sisters embodied. Born from divine conflict yet containing within herself the potential for cosmic harmony, Mystril would become the eldest goddess of magic, the source and foundation of the mysterious force that allows conscious beings to reshape reality according to their will and intention. From her mixed divine heritage, she inherited both the power to create new possibilities and the wisdom to understand the importance of limitations and boundaries, making her the perfect guardian of the cosmic forces that would later be organized into what mortals call the Weave. The birth of Mystril marked a crucial turning point in the cosmic conflict between the twin sisters, for unlike the other participants in this divine drama, the new goddess possessed the unique perspective that came from having been created through the fusion of opposing principles. She could understand and appreciate both Selyun's desire to nurture life and growth, and Shah's concern about the potential consequences of uncontrolled creation. Yet her own nature inclined her towards supporting the principle of life over the principle of stasis. This decision on Mystril's part to ally herself with Selyun and Chantee was not made lightly or without full awareness of its implications. As a being who contained within herself aspects of both light and darkness, she could have chosen to remain neutral in the conflict, serving as a mediator between the opposing sides, rather than taking a definitive stance in favor of one principle over the other. Yet her choice to support life and creation reflected a fundamental insight about the nature of existence itself, that growth and change, however difficult and potentially painful they might be, were ultimately more valuable than the peace and stillness that came from preventing all development and progress. With Mystril's support, Selyun and Chantee found themselves possessed of sufficient combined power to turn the tide of the cosmic battle that had been raging between the twin sisters. Working together, the three goddesses managed to overcome Shah's resistance and drive the goddess of darkness into exile within the very shadows and darkness that were her natural domain. This victory allowed light and warmth to bathe the primordial world without interference, creating the conditions necessary for life to begin its long journey from simple chemical reactions to complex conscious beings. Yet the cosmic battle that had raged between the divine siblings left lasting scars on the fabric of reality itself, wounds that would remain visible to every mortal who would later walk beneath the night sky. Selyun, having sacrificed a portion of her divine essence to create Mystril, and having endured the devastating assault launched by her sister, found herself permanently weakened in ways that would affect her ability to maintain a constant level of illumination. From that time forward, her power would wax and wane in regular cycles, creating the phenomenon that mortals would observe as the changing phases of the moon, a visible reminder of the price that the goddess of light had paid in order to ensure that life could flourish upon the world. The victory of light over darkness, however, was far from absolute or permanent. The exile of Shah into the realm of shadows and night did not eliminate her as a cosmic force, but merely changed the arena in which her influence would be felt. From her new domain, the goddess of darkness began to plot her eventual return to power, developing new strategies and alliances that would allow her to challenge her sister's triumph when the time was right. The bitterness and loneliness that consumed her during this period of exile only intensified her determination to prove that her original vision of perfect, unchanging stillness was superior to the chaotic creativity that her sister had unleashed upon the world. It was during this period of Shah's exile that another group of cosmic entities entered the growing complexity of the divine drama that was unfolding within Lord Ao's crystal sphere. These beings, known as the Shadowfell, had dwelt in the primordial waters since the earliest days of creation. Creatures whose origin was as mysterious as their nature was disturbing. Some scholars believe that they manifested spontaneously from the very shadows and darkness that existed before the creation of light, while others theorize that they were somehow connected to the cosmic forces that Lord Ao had manipulated in creating the crystal sphere itself. The Shadowfell were beings of immense power and alien intelligence, entities whose understanding of reality operated according to principles that would forever remain incomprehensible to mortal minds. They had observed the cosmic battle between the twin sisters with great interest, not because they cared about the outcome, but because they recognized in the conflict an opportunity to advance their own mysterious agenda. The victory of light over darkness had created an imbalance in the cosmic order that they found disturbing, not because they preferred one principle over the other, but because they thrived in conditions where light and dark existed in perfect, chaotic equilibrium. Desiring to restore the kind of primal confusion that had characterized the world before the twin sisters had begun their work of organization and creation, the Shadowfell began to stalk the nascent world and the realms beyond it, seeking ways to merge light and darkness back into the primordial chaos from which both had emerged. Their activities during this period would later be studied by scholars interested in the origins of shadow magic, a discipline that draws its power from the spaces between light and darkness, reality and illusion, order and chaos. While the Shadowfell pursued their own incomprehensible goals, Shah found in their activities an opportunity to rebuild her power and influence. The goddess of darkness recognized that these ancient entities, whatever their ultimate purposes might be, shared her basic opposition to the kind of organized, purposeful creation that her sister had initiated. Though she could never fully understand or control the Shadowfell, she could work with them when their goals aligned with her own desire to undermine the stability and growth that Selûne's victory had made possible. This alliance between Shah and the Shadowfell would prove to be one of the most enduring and dangerous partnerships in all the subsequent history of the Forgotten Realms. Drawing strength from these ancient entities and their mysterious connection to the primal forces of chaos, Shah gradually recovered from her defeat and began to grow strong once again. Her return to power was slow and subtle, accomplished through patience and cunning rather than through the kind of direct confrontation that had failed her in the original cosmic battle. Consumed with bitterness over her exile and burning with desire for revenge against the sister who had humiliated her, Shah established herself as a permanent presence in the darkness of shadows and night, an eternal opponent of everything that Selûne represented. From her hidden strongholds in the spaces between light and darkness, she began to plot a campaign of vengeance that would span eons, seeking opportunities to strike back against her sister and the principles of growth and creation that the moon goddess had championed. The war between these divine siblings, begun in the earliest moments of creation, would continue to rage across the ages that followed, sometimes manifesting as obvious conflicts between their followers and worshippers, sometimes operating through subtle influences that shaped the course of events in ways that mortals could barely perceive. Each victory that one sister achieved would be balanced by a corresponding success on the part of the other, creating a cosmic balance that ensured neither light nor darkness would achieve permanent dominance over the realm that they had helped to create. Yet through all the battles and setbacks that would characterize this eternal conflict, life itself continued to persist and flourish on the world that Chantee embodied. guided and protected by the watchful attention of the goddess, who had become the living avatar of the material realm. The warmth provided by Selûne's sun and the magical forces organized by Mystril's wisdom created conditions that allowed the first stirrings of consciousness to emerge from the primordial soup of the planetary ocean, beginning the long evolutionary journey that would eventually lead to the rich diversity of intelligent species that would populate the Forgotten Realms. As the Blue Age progressed, and life began to take its first tentative steps toward complexity and consciousness, new gods were born from the cosmic energies that flowed through the realm that the original 5 deities had established. These younger divinities emerged from the needs and aspirations of the developing world itself, embodying principles and forces that would become increasingly important as life grew more sophisticated and the challenges facing conscious beings became more complex and varied. Simultaneously, from the elemental chaos that existed beyond the boundaries of Lord Ao's crystal sphere, powerful beings called primordials began to take notice of the creative experiment that was unfolding within the protected space that the Overgod had established. These primordials, also known as the Dawn Titans, were entities of immense power whose nature was fundamentally different from that of the gods who had been born within the crystal sphere. Where the gods represented principles of organization, purpose, and conscious intention, the primordials embodied the raw forces of creation and destruction that operated according to their own chaotic logic, rather than any comprehensible moral or philosophical framework. The world of Toril, now warmed by the sun that Selûne had created, and beginning to teem with the first forms of life, became one of many battlefields in what scholars would later call the Dawn War, an epic conflict that raged between the gods who sought to nurture and protect the developing cosmos, and the primordials who viewed the organized creation within the crystal sphere as either a threat to be eliminated or a prize to be claimed for their own inscrutable purposes. This Dawn War would prove to be one of the most significant and transformative events in all the history of the Forgotten Realms, a conflict whose consequences would continue to influence the development of the world and its inhabitants for millennia to come. The battles fought during this cosmic struggle would reshape the very geography of Toril, create new forms of magic and divine power, and establish the fundamental relationship between order and chaos that would define the moral and spiritual challenges facing every generation of heroes and villains who would later walk beneath the skies of the Forgotten Realms. When the great ice that had entombed the world during Dendar's terrible reign finally began its retreat, pulled back by the warming rays of the new sun that the victorious gods had kindled to replace the one devoured by the night serpent, what emerged from beneath those melting glaciers was a transformed world that bore little resemblance to the primordial ocean planet that had existed before the Dawn War's cosmic devastations. The receding waters revealed for the first time a vast supercontinent that scholars would later name Meruroboros, a single immense landmass that stretched across dimensions so enormous that mortal minds could scarcely comprehend its scope, containing within its borders every variety of terrain and climate that the world could offer, from steaming jungles where the air itself pulsed with primal life force, to frozen peaks that scraped against the very dome of the sky. This newly revealed continent provided the stage upon which the next great chapter in the world's development would unfold, for as life began to stir once again in the warming climate, it did so with a vitality and purpose that had been absent during the earlier, more tentative experiments in biological creation. The magical energies that had been unleashed during the cosmic battles between gods and primordials had not simply dissipated with the war's end, but had instead soaked into the very soil and stone of the emerging landmass, creating conditions that would prove extraordinarily conducive to the rapid development of complex, intelligent forms of life. The beings who first achieved true consciousness and civilization on this transformed world were unlike anything that had existed during the earlier ages of creation. These were the creator races, beings whose power and sophistication would dwarf the achievements of most civilizations that would follow them, yet whose origins remained shrouded in mystery even to their own descendants. They emerged not gradually through the slow processes of evolution that had characterized earlier life forms, but seemingly spontaneously, as if the world itself had reached a point of maturity, where it was ready to support beings capable of reshaping reality according to their conscious will and artistic vision. Among the first and mightiest of these creator races were the Saruk, the ancient serpent folk whose mastery of biological manipulation and magical transformation would leave an indelible mark on every subsequent age of the world's development. These beings, whose sinuous forms moved with a grace that suggested both deadly predatory efficiency and profound spiritual wisdom, possessed an understanding of life's fundamental processes that allowed them to reshape living tissue as easily as a potter might mold clay, creating new species and modifying existing ones according to principles that combine scientific precision with artistic vision. The Saruk civilization that flourished during these early millennia was built upon foundations that later races would find almost impossible to comprehend, for their society was organized around concepts of time and continuity that reflected their essential immortal nature. Individual Saruk could live for thousands of years, accumulating knowledge and experience across centuries, while watching the shorter-lived species that surrounded them rise and fall like waves upon a beach. This longevity gave them a perspective on existence that was both blessing and curse. For while it allowed them to undertake projects and experiments that spanned geological ages, it also created a certain detachment from the immediate concerns and passions that motivated shorter-lived beings. The great works that the Saruk accomplished during their golden age were marvels of magical engineering that combined their innate understanding of biological processes with their mastery of the arcane forces that flowed through the world's magical field. They created vast cities that were not built but grown, coaxing stone and metal into organic shapes that pulsed with life while maintaining the durability and permanence that civilization required. Their temples and palaces were living entities that could respond to the needs of their inhabitants, adjusting temperature and humidity, providing nourishment and shelter, even defending themselves against threats through biological processes that operated according to the same principles that governed the behavior of any other living creature. Perhaps most significantly, the Saruk used their biological mastery to create entirely new species, crafting races of beings that would serve specific functions within their civilization, while possessing enough intelligence and independence to develop their own cultures and traditions. The lizard folk who would later inhabit the swamps and marshlands of many regions were among their earliest creations, beings whose reptilian heritage connected them to their Saruk creators, while their mammalian characteristics allowed them to adapt to environments and circumstances that their progenitors found challenging. The Yuan Ti, those serpentine beings whose human-like intelligence was combined with the cold calculation and predatory instincts of their reptilian nature, represented perhaps the most ambitious of the Saruk's biological experiments. These creatures were designed to serve as intermediaries between the Saruk and the increasingly numerous mammalian species that were beginning to populate the world, beings who could understand and communicate with both groups while maintaining the essential loyalties and perspectives that would keep them aligned with their creators' interests and goals. Yet for all their power and sophistication, the Saruk civilization was not without its internal contradictions and weaknesses. Their immortal perspective, while granting them unparalleled wisdom and patience, also created a kind of spiritual stagnation that left them increasingly disconnected from the dynamic, ever-changing world that surrounded them. As millennia passed and their great works reached completion, many Saruk found themselves consumed by a profound ennui that no amount of magical experimentation or biological artistry could overcome. This spiritual malaise was compounded by the gradual realization that their civilization, however magnificent, was ultimately finite in ways that their immortal nature had initially seemed to deny. The magical energies upon which their greatest achievements depended were not inexhaustible, and the constant manipulation of life forces required to maintain their living cities and biological creations was slowly but steadily draining the world's reserves of the particular types of magical power that their techniques required. Sharing the transformed continent with the Saruk, though occupying very different ecological and magical niches, were the Batrai, the ancient amphibian race whose civilization was built around mastery of water magic, and the mysterious forces that governed the relationship between the material world and the elemental planes. These beings, whose forms combined the adaptability of amphibious life with the intelligence and creativity necessary for advanced civilization, had emerged from the vast wetlands and inland seas that covered much of Meroboros during the early stages of its geological development. The Batrai understanding of magic differed fundamentally from the biological focus that characterized Saruk civilization, for they had learned to tap directly into the elemental forces that governed weather, climate, and the vast hydrological cycles that determined the flow of water across the continental landscape. Their magical techniques allowed them to summon storms and direct rainfall, to control the flooding of rivers and the formation of lakes, to create aquatic environments that could support complex ecosystems, even in regions where such conditions would not naturally occur. The cities of the Batrai were marvels of hydraulic engineering that integrated seamlessly with the natural water systems of their environment, built around artificial lakes and canal networks that served simultaneously as transportation routes, defensive barriers, and sources of the magical power that their civilization required. These urban centers were designed to rise and fall with seasonal flood cycles, their buildings and infrastructure capable of adapting to dramatic changes in water level while maintaining the continuity of social and economic life that complex civilization demanded. The Batrai relationship with the elemental planes was more direct and intimate than that of most other races, for their magical practices involved not merely summoning elemental forces, but actually establishing permanent gateways that allowed elemental beings to enter the material world and participate directly in the ongoing development of Batrai civilization. These elemental allies provided both knowledge and power that supplemented the Batrai's own capabilities, creating a form of interplanar cooperation that would serve as a model for many later magical traditions. Yet this close connection to the elemental planes also created vulnerabilities that the Batrai were slow to recognize and address. The elemental beings with whom they allied were not always entirely benevolent in their intentions, and some possessed their own agendas that did not necessarily align with the long-term interests of the material world. The magical techniques that allowed the Batrai to maintain their elemental gateways required constant vigilance and careful management, for any disruption in the delicate balance of forces involved could result in catastrophic magical disasters. The most dangerous aspect of Batrai magical practice was their tendency to experiment with forces that they did not fully understand, driven by an intellectual curiosity that sometimes overwhelmed their natural caution. Their willingness to explore the outer reaches of elemental magic led them to attempt increasingly ambitious projects, including efforts to create permanent alterations in the world's climate and geography that would make vast new regions suitable for amphibian life. High above the terrestrial civilizations of the Saruk and Batrai, the Aoree had claimed dominion over the skies and the highest peaks of the world's mountain ranges, establishing a civilization that was built around flight and the mastery of aerial magic. These beings, whose avian forms allowed them to navigate three-dimensional space with an ease that ground-bound races could barely comprehend, had developed magical techniques and architectural principles that took full advantage of their natural ability to soar through the upper atmosphere. The cities of the Aoree were wonders of engineering that seemed to defy the fundamental laws of physics, with buildings and structures that floated freely in the air, connected to one another and to the mountain peaks below by bridges of crystallized wind and pathways of hardened cloud matter. Their mastery of aerial magic allowed them to create semi-permanent atmospheric conditions that could support these floating cities, generating localized weather patterns that provided both protection from the elements and the specific atmospheric pressures and wind currents that their civilization required. The Aoree understanding of magic was fundamentally different from that of the ground-dwelling races, for their three-dimensional perspective on the world allowed them to perceive magical forces and energy patterns that were invisible to beings whose experience was limited to two-dimensional surface navigation. They could see the flow of magical currents through the atmosphere, track the movement of elemental forces across vast distances, and predict changes in weather and climate with an accuracy that seemed prophetic to other races. This aerial perspective also gave the Aoree unique insights into the broader patterns of continental development and the relationships between different regional ecosystems. From their lofty vantage points, they could observe the long-term consequences of the other creator races' activities, watching as Saruk biological experiments spread across the landscape, and Batrai water management projects altered drainage patterns across entire river systems. Yet the Aoree's mastery of the skies also created a certain isolation that limited their ability to interact effectively with the ground-dwelling races that shared the continent. Their aerial cities, however magnificent, were accessible only to beings capable of flight, and their magical techniques, while powerful within their own domain, were often impractical for application to terrestrial problems and challenges. The fourth major creator race that emerged during this golden age was perhaps the most mysterious and least understood of all the ancient civilizations, for the Fae creators existed in a state of partial intersection with the material world that made their activities difficult to observe or comprehend from the perspective of purely material beings. These entities, whose essential nature was more closely aligned with the realm of pure magic and imagination than with the physical processes that governed conventional life, had established their own version of civilization that operated according to principles that often seemed to contradict the basic laws of cause and effect. The Fae creators were beings of immense magical power, whose understanding of reality was fundamentally different from that of the other creator races, for they perceived the world not as a collection of separate objects and forces, but as a single, unified field of consciousness and possibility that could be reshaped through focused intention and artistic vision. Their magical techniques involved not the manipulation of existing forces and materials, but the direct creation of new realities that existed alongside and sometimes replaced the conventional material world. The cities and settlements of the Fae creators were locations where the normal rules of physics and causality were suspended or modified according to aesthetic and emotional principles rather than practical considerations. Time might flow backward in certain areas, allowing the inhabitants to experience events in reverse chronological order, while other regions might exist in a state of eternal spring where flowers bloomed continuously and the seasons never changed. These reality alterations were not merely illusions or temporary magical effects, but genuine modifications to the fundamental structure of existence within the areas that the Fae creators chose to influence. Beings who entered these altered zones would find themselves subject to the modified physical laws that the Fae had established, sometimes discovering that they possessed capabilities and limitations that had not existed moments before in the conventional material world. The relationship between the Fae creators and the other races was complex and often troubled, for their ability to alter reality at will made them unpredictable allies and dangerous enemies. Their motivations were often incomprehensible to beings whose thinking was constrained by the practical necessities of material existence, and their actions frequently had consequences that extended far beyond their apparent intentions. The golden age of the creator races reached its zenith when these four great civilizations began to interact more directly with one another, sharing knowledge and techniques that allowed each group to expand their understanding and capabilities beyond what any single race could have achieved in isolation. The Saruk biological mastery was enhanced by Batrai knowledge of elemental forces, while Aoree aerial magic was combined with Fae reality manipulation to create entirely new forms of magical practice. Yet it was precisely this period of increased cooperation and knowledge sharing that set the stage for the catastrophic event that would bring the age of the creator races to an abrupt and violent end. The magical experiments that resulted from combining different racial approaches to manipulating reality began to produce effects that none of the participating civilizations fully understood or could adequately control. The event that scholars would later call the Tearfall began as what appeared to be a routine magical experiment conducted jointly by representatives of all four creator races. The goal was ambitious, but seemingly achievable given their combined expertise: the creation of a permanent magical effect that would enhance the world's overall capacity for supporting advanced magical civilization, essentially upgrading the fundamental infrastructure of reality to better accommodate the kind of complex magical techniques that their societies had developed. The magical working that was intended to achieve this goal required the precise coordination of biological manipulation, elemental summoning, aerial magic, and reality alteration on a scale that had never before been attempted. Representatives of each race contributed their specialized knowledge and power to what was conceived as a collaborative masterwork that would benefit all participants while demonstrating the superiority of cooperative magical research over the more limited approaches that each civilization had previously pursued in isolation. The initial stages of the Tearfall ritual proceeded exactly as planned, with each racial group successfully contributing their portion of the complex magical matrix that the working required. The Saruk provided biological components that would allow the enhanced magical field to interface directly with living beings. The Batrai summoned elemental forces that would power the ongoing operation of the system. The Aoree created atmospheric conditions that would distribute the magical enhancement evenly across the continental landscape. And the Fae creators began the delicate process of altering fundamental reality to accommodate the new magical infrastructure. Yet as the ritual reached its climactic phase, something went catastrophically wrong. The magical forces that had been so carefully balanced and coordinated began to interact in ways that none of the participants had anticipated, creating cascading feedback loops that rapidly spiraled beyond anyone's ability to control or contain. The enhanced magical field that was supposed to upgrade reality instead began to tear holes in the fabric of existence itself, creating unstable rifts that connected the material world to regions of space and time that operated according to entirely different physical laws. The immediate effects of the Tearfall were devastating beyond description. The carefully constructed civilizations of all four creator races were caught in the chaotic magical storms that erupted from the failed ritual, their cities and settlements destroyed or transformed beyond recognition, as waves of uncontrolled magical energy swept across the continent. Millions of beings died in the initial catastrophe, while countless others found themselves transformed into new and often horrifying forms as the runaway magical effects altered their fundamental biological and spiritual nature. The Saruk, whose mastery of biological manipulation had made them confident in their ability to adapt to changing conditions, discovered that their techniques were useless against magical forces that operated on such a fundamental level that they could alter the basic principles governing biological existence. Many of their greatest cities simply ceased to exist, not destroyed in any conventional sense, but rather edited out of reality by magical effects that retroactively prevented their construction. The Batrai found their carefully maintained connections to the elemental planes severed or corrupted, as the magical chaos disrupted the delicate balance of forces that their civilization required. Their floating cities crashed into the waters below, as the elemental powers that had supported them were either banished back to their home planes or transformed into hostile entities that turned against their former allies. The Aoree watched in horror as their aerial mastery proved inadequate to escape the effects of a catastrophe that extended through multiple dimensions simultaneously. Their floating cities were torn apart by dimensional rifts that appeared without warning in the middle of previously stable atmospheric conditions, while the magical currents that they relied upon for navigation and power became chaotic storms of destructive energy. The Fae creators, despite their ability to manipulate reality at will, found themselves overwhelmed by magical forces that operated on a scale and with a violence that exceeded even their considerable powers of reality alteration. Many simply faded from existence as the fundamental changes to reality's structure made their particular form of consciousness unsustainable within the material world. Yet the Tearfall's effects extended far beyond the immediate destruction of the creator race civilizations, for the magical catastrophe had altered the fundamental structure of the continent itself in ways that would influence all subsequent development. The single vast landmass of Meroboros was shattered into multiple smaller continents separated by newly formed oceans, while the unstable magical effects created regions where the normal laws of physics and magic were permanently altered. Some areas became dead magic zones where no magical effects could function at all, while others became wild magic regions where spells and magical items would produce random and unpredictable results. Mountain ranges disappeared overnight while new ones were thrust up from the ocean floor, and entire ecosystems were transformed, as the magical energies altered the fundamental biological processes that supported plant and animal life. The survivors of the Tearfall found themselves scattered across a world that was no longer familiar or predictable, forced to rebuild their civilizations under completely different conditions while dealing with the ongoing effects of the magical catastrophe. The creator races, their numbers drastically reduced, and their greatest achievements lost forever, were compelled to adapt to a world where their ancient mastery of magical forces was no longer sufficient to guarantee survival or prosperity. Some members of each race retreated into hidden sanctuaries where they attempted to preserve what remained of their ancient knowledge and culture, hoping that future generations might find ways to restore the glory of the lost Golden Age. Others chose to embrace the changes that the Tearfall had brought, using their remaining powers to adapt to the new conditions and establish smaller, more modest civilizations that could survive in the transformed world. The Saruk survivors became more secretive and withdrawn, focusing their biological mastery on creating hidden sanctuaries and loyal servitor races that could help protect them from the dangers of the changed world. Many went into magical stasis, planning to sleep through the chaotic centuries that would follow and awaken only when conditions had stabilized sufficiently to allow the rebuilding of their civilization. The Batrai survivors scattered to the remaining wetlands and coastal regions, where they established small communities that maintained some connection to their elemental allies, while avoiding the kind of ambitious, magical projects that had led to the Tearfall catastrophe. Some dedicated themselves to studying and documenting the changes that the magical disaster had brought, hoping to understand the new magical laws that now governed reality. The Aoree retreated to the highest and most isolated mountain peaks, where they created small enclaves that maintained their aerial traditions while avoiding contact with the ground-dwelling races that were beginning to emerge in the post-Tearfall world. Their mastery of weather magic proved valuable for protecting these mountain sanctuaries from the chaotic magical storms that continued to sweep across the transformed landscape. The Fae creators largely withdrew from the material world entirely, retreating into pocket dimensions and alternate realities where they could continue their reality manipulation experiments without risking another catastrophe of the Tearfall's magnitude. Some maintained limited contact with the material world through magical portals and interdimensional gateways, but their direct influence on worldly events was greatly reduced. Yet perhaps the most significant long-term consequence of the Tearfall was not the destruction it brought to the creator races themselves, but the opportunities it created for newer, less magically sophisticated forms of life to flourish and develop their own civilizations. The magical catastrophe that had ended the age of the creator races also cleared the way for the emergence of races whose relationship with magic was less intimate and therefore less vulnerable to the kind of fundamental disruptions that had destroyed their predecessors. The seeds of future civilizations had already been planted by the creator races themselves, either deliberately through their biological experiments or accidentally through the magical energies that their activities had released into the world. As the immediate chaos of the Tearfall gradually subsided and the world's magical and physical systems began to restabilize, these newer life forms found themselves in a world where the dominant powers of the previous age were no longer able to control or constrain their development. The transformation of the world brought about by the Tearfall created countless ecological niches that had not previously existed, providing opportunities for rapid evolutionary development and cultural innovation. The broken landscape of the post-Tearfall world required different survival strategies than those that had been successful during the age of the creator races, favoring adaptability and cooperation over the kind of individual mastery that had characterized the ancient civilizations. The magical energies that continued to flow through the transformed world carried within them traces of the knowledge and power that the creator races had possessed, allowing later generations to rediscover and build upon the achievements of their predecessors without necessarily understanding the full scope and implications of the ancient magical techniques. This partial inheritance of creator race knowledge would prove to be both a blessing and a curse for the civilizations that followed, providing them with powerful tools, while also exposing them to the same dangers that had ultimately destroyed their predecessors. In the centuries that followed the catastrophic Tearfall, as the shattered remnants of the creator races retreated into hidden sanctuaries, and the transformed world slowly began to heal from the magical wounds that had nearly torn reality itself asunder, new forms of consciousness began to stir in the spaces between what had been lost and what might yet come to pass. The world that emerged from this period of chaos and reconstruction was fundamentally different from the one that had existed during the golden age of the ancient civilizations, its geography reshaped by magical forces beyond mortal comprehension, its very essence altered by energies that continued to flow through channels carved by the creator race's final, failed experiment. Yet from this transformed landscape, still bearing the scars of cosmic catastrophe but slowly growing green again with new forms of life, there came beings whose arrival would mark the beginning of an entirely new chapter in the world's development. These were not creatures born from the biological experiments of the Saruk or shaped by the elemental mastery of the Batrai, nor were they manifestations of Aoree aerial magic or products of Fey reality manipulation. Instead, they emerged from somewhere beyond the boundaries of the material world, travelers from a realm where magic and nature existed in perfect harmony, where the very concept of separation between conscious beings and the living world that sustained them was unknown. The first elves who crossed the threshold between the realm of fairy and the material world brought with them not the desperate urgency of refugees fleeing disaster, but the patient curiosity of explorers who had sensed new possibilities unfolding in a reality that had previously been closed to their kind. These beings, who would later be known collectively as the Telquesir, the people of the forest, possessed a relationship with magic and nature that was fundamentally different from anything that had existed during the age of the creator races. For their understanding of these forces was not based on domination or manipulation, but on a profound sense of partnership and mutual respect. The realm from which they came was a place where time flowed differently than it did in the material world, where the passage of seasons was measured not in mere months, but in the slow breathing of ancient trees and the patient accumulation of wisdom that came from observing the endless dance of life and death and rebirth that characterized all natural systems. The elves who chose to leave this timeless paradise and venture into the changed world of Toril were driven not by necessity or ambition, but by a deep curiosity about the new forms of beauty and meaning that might be possible in a reality where magic and matter interacted according to different principles than those that governed their homeland. The early settlements that these first elven explorers established in the post-Tearfall world were marvels of integration between conscious intention and natural process, communities that seemed to grow from the landscape itself, rather than being imposed upon it through the exercise of external force. The elves possessed magical techniques that allowed them to encourage the growth of trees and other plants in patterns that served both aesthetic and practical purposes, creating living architecture that provided shelter and defense while enhancing rather than disrupting the ecological systems of which it became a part. These early elven communities were small and scattered, connected to one another not by roads or rivers, but by the subtle magical networks that the elves established through their deep communion with the natural world. Each settlement was designed to serve as a node in this larger pattern, a point where the magical energies that flowed through the living systems of forest and meadow could be focused and channeled according to the needs of the community, while maintaining the overall balance that kept the entire network healthy and sustainable. The elves who established these first communities were not organized according to the hierarchical structures that had characterized the creator race civilizations, for their culture was based on principles of consensus and mutual support that reflected their fundamental understanding of themselves as part of a larger living system, rather than as separate entities competing for resources and dominance. Leadership emerged naturally from expertise and wisdom, rather than being imposed through force or inherited through bloodlines, and decisions affecting the community were made through processes that sought to incorporate the perspectives of all members while remaining harmonious with the needs of the natural world that sustained them. As generations passed and the elven population slowly grew through both natural increase and continued immigration from the realm of fairy, these scattered settlements began to coalesce into larger political and cultural entities that would eventually become known as the Great Elven Courts. These were not kingdoms in the sense that other races would understand the term, but rather confederations of communities united by shared values, common magical practices, and deep bonds of kinship that extended beyond mere blood relations to encompass all beings who participated in the elven understanding of life. as a continuous web of interconnected relationships. The process by which these courts emerged was gradual and organic, driven not by conquest or political maneuvering, but by the natural tendency of elven communities to seek deeper forms of connection and cooperation as their understanding of their new homeland developed and matured. Each court that formed represented a different approach to the fundamental challenge of living in harmony with a world that was still recovering from the magical catastrophe that had ended the age of the creator races, and the diversity of these approaches would prove to be both a source of strength and ultimately a catalyst for tragedy. The court that would become known as Arivandar represented the elven response to the lingering dangers and instabilities that remained in the post-Tearfall world, for its founders recognized that the magical energies unleashed by the creator race's final experiment continued to create threats that required more aggressive forms of magical intervention than the purely harmonious approaches favored by other elven communities. The elves of Arivandar developed magical techniques that emphasized protection and control, learning to create barriers that could shield their communities from chaotic magical effects, while establishing systems of magical monitoring that allowed them to detect and respond to threats before they could cause widespread damage. This focus on protection and control led the Arivandar elves to develop forms of organization and decision-making that were more centralized and hierarchical than those favored by other courts, for they recognized that effective defense against magical threats required the ability to coordinate responses quickly and decisively across large areas and multiple communities. The leaders of Arivandar, while still chosen for their wisdom and expertise rather than their ability to dominate others, were granted greater authority to make decisions that affected entire regions without the lengthy consensus-building processes that other courts preferred. The court of Myritari, by contrast, represented the elven commitment to preserving and nurturing the natural world, even in the face of the ongoing magical instabilities that continued to affect the post-Tearfall landscape. The elves who gathered under this banner were those who believed that the best response to the chaos and destruction left by the creator races was not to impose greater control, but to work more deeply and patiently with the natural healing processes that were already beginning to restore balance to the damaged ecosystem. Myritari magical practices focused on healing and regeneration, on learning to identify and support the natural processes that were slowly repairing the damage caused by the Tearfall, while avoiding any interventions that might disrupt or interfere with this organic recovery. The communities associated with this court developed some of the most sophisticated techniques for living in harmony with damaged ecosystems, learning to find beauty and meaning in landscapes that other beings might consider irreparably scarred, while working to accelerate natural healing through gentle, magical encouragement rather than forceful intervention. The philosophical differences between Arivandar and Myritari might have remained simply interesting variations in elven culture, if not for the discovery, in the deepest archives of a ruined creator, race, city, of magical techniques and artifacts whose power dwarfed anything that the elves had previously encountered or imagined possible. These were the remnants of the high magic that had been developed during the golden age of the creator races, magical practices that operated on scales and with effects that seemed to approach the level of divine intervention in the natural order. The elves who made this discovery faced a dilemma that would ultimately divide their people and lead to centuries of conflict and tragedy. The magical knowledge they had uncovered represented power that could be used to solve many of the problems that still plagued the post-Tearfall world, accelerating the healing process and creating conditions that would allow elven civilization to flourish on a scale that had previously seemed impossible. Yet the same knowledge carried within it the seeds of the catastrophe that had destroyed the creator races, for it involved manipulating magical forces on a level that made even small mistakes potentially catastrophic. The debate that emerged within elven society about how to respond to this discovery reflected the deeper philosophical differences that had always existed between the various courts, but it also introduced new elements of urgency and fear that transformed intellectual disagreement into something approaching ideological warfare. Those who aligned with Aravandar's emphasis on protection and control argued that the dangerous magical knowledge should be preserved and studied, that elven wisdom and caution could succeed where the creator races had failed, and that the power contained in these ancient techniques could be used to create a safer and more stable world for all thinking beings. The supporters of Myritari's healing-focused approach, however, saw in the ancient magical techniques a fundamental violation of the principles that had allowed elven civilization to develop in harmony with the natural world. They argued that any attempt to use such power would inevitably lead to the same kind of catastrophic failure that had destroyed the creator races, and that the proper response was to destroy the dangerous knowledge entirely rather than risk another Tearfall-scale disaster. The intensity of this debate was amplified by the peculiar relationship that elves had with time and memory, for their long lifespans meant that individuals who had been present during the discovery of the ancient magical knowledge would remain active participants in the discussion for centuries, unable to forget or move beyond the positions they had initially taken. The passionate convictions that might have mellowed over time in shorter-lived races instead became more deeply entrenched as the years passed, creating fault lines within elven society that grew more pronounced rather than less significant as the debate continued. The transformation of philosophical disagreement into active conflict began slowly, with individual communities choosing to align themselves with one court or the other, based on their assessment of the arguments and their own cultural predilections. Communities that had experienced significant damage from lingering magical effects of the Tearfall tended to support Aravandar's position, believing that the ancient knowledge might provide solutions to problems that conventional elven magic could not address. Those whose territories had been less affected by the magical catastrophe were more likely to support Myritari's stance, seeing no need to risk everything for power that they did not require. Yet, what began as peaceful political alignment gradually escalated into something more dangerous as both courts began to develop not merely arguments for their positions, but practical preparations for implementing their preferred solutions. Arivandar scholars worked to decode and master the ancient magical techniques, while Myritari agents sought to locate and destroy caches of creator race knowledge before they could be studied and potentially misused. The first direct confrontations between the courts occurred when Myritari forces attempted to destroy a repository of ancient magical artifacts that Arivandar researchers were studying, leading to magical duels that demonstrated both the power of the techniques under investigation and the catastrophic potential for destruction that their use could unleash. These early conflicts were limited in scope and participants, but they established precedents for the use of force in resolving the fundamental disagreement about the proper relationship between elven civilization and the dangerous magical legacy of the creator races. As the conflict escalated, both courts began to recruit allies from among the other elven communities that had initially tried to remain neutral in what they had hoped would remain a purely intellectual debate. The polarization of elven society accelerated as communities found themselves forced to choose sides, not based on abstract philosophical principles, but on immediate practical concerns about security and survival in a world where powerful, magical weapons were being developed and deployed by their own people. The court of Arivandar, with its emphasis on centralized leadership and coordinated action, proved more effective at organizing military campaigns and managing the complex logistics required to wage war across the scattered territories of elven settlement. Their scholars made rapid progress in decoding and adapting the ancient magical techniques, creating new forms of magical warfare that combined creator race power with elven wisdom and restraint. Mytral, despite its decentralized structure and preference for consensus decision-making, proved equally capable of effective military organization when the survival of their core values was at stake. Their deep connection to the natural world provided them with advantages in terms of intelligence gathering and strategic mobility, while their healing-focused magical practices proved surprisingly effective when adapted for defensive and even offensive military purposes. The war that developed between these two great courts was unlike any conflict that had previously occurred in the history of the post-Tearfall world, for it involved not merely the clash of armies and the siege of cities, but the deployment of magical forces that could reshape the landscape itself and alter the fundamental conditions under which life could exist in the affected regions. Both sides possessed magical techniques that could devastate vast areas, yet both also retained enough of their original elven values to be horrified by the consequences of using such power without restraint. The result was a form of warfare that combined devastating effectiveness with agonizing restraint, as each side sought to achieve decisive victory while avoiding the kind of magical catastrophe that would destroy everything they were fighting to preserve. This delicate balance created a conflict that stretched across centuries, with neither side able to achieve the kind of overwhelming victory that would end the war, while both sides accumulated grievances and losses that made compromise increasingly difficult to achieve. The other courts that had initially hoped to remain neutral in this conflict found neutrality increasingly impossible to maintain, as the war's effects spread across the elven territories, disrupting trade networks, threatening communities, and forcing every elven settlement to make difficult choices about alliance and survival. Some courts attempted to position themselves as mediators, proposing compromises that might end the conflict without requiring either side to abandon its fundamental principles. But these efforts were repeatedly frustrated by the depth of the philosophical divide and the accumulated bitterness of years of warfare. The magical weapons that both sides developed during this extended conflict represented refinements and improvements on the creator race techniques that had originally caused the division within elven society. Aoree, researchers succeeded in creating magical effects that could operate with precision and control that far exceeded what their ancient predecessors had achieved, while Mytral innovators developed counter-techniques that could neutralize or redirect hostile magic while minimizing collateral damage to the natural environment. Yet despite the remarkable sophistication of the magical techniques that both sides deployed, the fundamental problem that had destroyed the creator races remained unresolved, for the power levels involved in the conflict continued to escalate as each side sought to gain decisive advantage over the other. The magical forces being manipulated were inherently unstable, requiring constant vigilance and expert management to prevent the kind of cascade failure that could replicate the Tearfall catastrophe on an even larger scale. The crisis point of what scholars would later call the Crown Wars came when both courts simultaneously attempted to deploy their most powerful magical weapons in a coordinated campaign that each believed would finally end the conflict in their favor. The Aoree forces launched a series of strategic strikes designed to neutralize Mytral magical defenses while demonstrating the futility of continued resistance, while Mytral forces attempted to destroy the central repositories where their enemies stored the ancient magical knowledge that powered their war effort. The magical catastrophe that resulted from these simultaneous deployments of unstable high-level magic was even more devastating than the original Tearfall, for it occurred not in the controlled environment of a planned experiment, but in the chaotic conditions of active warfare, where safety protocols and emergency containment procedures had been abandoned in favor of maximum destructive effect. The explosion of uncontrolled magical energy that erupted from the collision of opposing magical forces created what scholars would later call the Dark Disaster, a magical catastrophe that altered the fundamental nature of reality across vast regions of the elven territories. The immediate effects of the Dark Disaster were catastrophic beyond description, with entire cities and regions simply ceasing to exist as the magical explosion erased them from reality itself. The elves who survived the initial catastrophe found themselves scattered across a transformed landscape where the familiar patterns of forest and meadow had been replaced by alien terrains that operated according to modified physical laws. Yet perhaps even more tragic than the immediate destruction was the fundamental change that the magical catastrophe brought to elven nature itself, for the magical energies unleashed by the Dark Disaster altered the essential characteristics that had defined the Telquesir since their arrival from the realm of Fairy. Many of the survivors found their connection to the natural world severed or corrupted, their ability to perceive and work with the magical forces that flowed through living systems diminished or twisted into forms that caused pain rather than bringing harmony. Most dramatically affected were those elves who had been most directly exposed to the magical energies of the Dark Disaster, for the chaotic forces had not merely damaged their connection to nature, but had fundamentally altered their spiritual and physical nature in ways that made continued existence in the natural world impossible. These transformed beings, their skin darkened to the color of obsidian, and their eyes changed to reflect the depths of the underground realms where they would be forced to seek refuge, retained their intelligence and magical abilities but found themselves cut off from the sources of meaning and purpose that had previously sustained elven civilization. The transformation of these elves into what would later be known as the Drow was not merely a physical change but a spiritual catastrophe that altered their fundamental relationship with the divine forces that had guided elven development. Since their arrival in the material world, the god Corellon Larethian, the patron deity of the elven people, was forced to witness the corruption of his chosen people and make the agonizing decision to allow those who had been most severely affected by the magical disaster to be claimed by Lolth, the Spider Queen, whose dark influence offered them a form of existence that was antithetical to everything that elven culture had previously valued. The descent of the transformed elves into the depths of the Underdark was not merely a geographical relocation, but a complete inversion of the values and principles that had guided elven civilization during its golden age. Where surface elves had valued harmony and cooperation, the Drow developed a culture based on competition and betrayal, where their surface cousins sought to live in partnership with the natural world. The Drow learned to dominate and exploit the alien ecosystems of the deep places beneath the earth. The survivors of the Crown Wars who remained on the surface found themselves inheriting a world that had been fundamentally changed by the magical catastrophe, not merely in terms of geography and climate, but in terms of the very nature of magic itself. The techniques that had allowed their ancestors to live in harmony with the natural world no longer functioned reliably, while the high magic that had caused such destruction remained too dangerous to use without risking another catastrophic failure. The period that followed the Dark Disaster was characterized by retreat and consolidation, as the surviving elven communities struggled to adapt to their changed circumstances while mourning the losses that had devastated their civilization. The great courts that had once commanded the loyalty of thousands of communities were reduced to scattered enclaves, each focused primarily on its own survival while maintaining only tenuous connections with the broader elven culture that had once united the Telquesir across vast territories. Some communities, like the enclave that would become known as Everesca, succeeded in preserving significant portions of the ancient elven knowledge and culture, while adapting to the limitations imposed by the post-disaster magical environment. These communities became repositories of elven wisdom and tradition, carefully maintaining the techniques and understanding that had been developed during the Golden Age, while avoiding the dangerous magical practices that had led to such catastrophic consequences. Other surviving communities chose to embrace change more completely, developing new forms of magic and social organization that were better adapted to the transformed world, while abandoning many of the traditional practices that no longer seemed relevant to their circumstances. These adaptive communities often achieved greater short-term success in terms of population growth and territorial expansion, but they also risked losing the essential characteristics that had originally defined elven culture and identity. The relationship between the surviving surface elves and the human populations that were beginning to establish their own civilizations in the post-disaster world was complex and often troubled, for the humans represented both potential allies and dangerous rivals, whose rapid population growth and adaptability threatened to overwhelm the diminished elven communities. Some elves chose to work closely with human settlements, sharing their knowledge and magical techniques in exchange for protection and resources, while others retreated into isolation to preserve what remained of their traditional culture without outside interference. The intermarriage between elves and humans that occurred during this period created new populations of half-elven individuals who possessed characteristics of both races while fully belonging to neither, serving as bridges between communities that might otherwise have remained permanently isolated from one another. These half-elven populations played crucial roles in facilitating trade and cultural exchange, while also creating new forms of identity and community that transcended the traditional boundaries of race and culture. The magical techniques that emerged from the collaboration between elven survivors and human innovators represented syntheses of different approaches to understanding and manipulating the forces that governed the post-disaster world. Human adaptability and innovation combined with elven wisdom and caution to create new forms of magical practice that were both more stable and more accessible than the high magic that had caused such destruction, while remaining sufficiently powerful to support the development of increasingly sophisticated civilizations. Yet even as new forms of cooperation and cultural synthesis emerged from the ashes of the Crown Wars, the legacy of the Dark Disaster continued to influence elven development in ways that would prove both beneficial and problematic for future generations. The trauma of having caused such catastrophic destruction through their own actions created a profound caution about magical experimentation that would limit elven willingness to pursue certain forms of knowledge and power, while the loss of so many ancient techniques and traditions meant that later generations would be forced to rediscover or reinvent capabilities that their ancestors had taken for granted. The slow retreat of elven influence from the broader affairs of the world became a characteristic feature of the post-disaster era, as the surviving communities focused their attention on preserving what remained of their culture, while avoiding the kind of large-scale involvement in worldly events that had led to such tragic consequences. This withdrawal created opportunities for other races to assume leadership roles in shaping the development of civilization, while also ensuring that elven wisdom and knowledge would remain available to guide and advise those who sought it. The establishment of the Mythal networks that would protect the remaining elven enclaves represented perhaps the most significant magical achievement of the post-disaster period, for these protective enchantments succeeded in creating zones of stability and safety where traditional elven culture could be preserved while the rest of the world continued to change around them. The creation of these mythals required the cooperation of multiple communities, and the careful integration of various magical techniques, demonstrating that elves retained the ability to work together on large-scale projects when the stakes were sufficiently high and the goals were clearly defined. The Mythals themselves were marvels of magical engineering that combined defensive capabilities with environmental enhancement, creating spaces where the natural harmony that had characterized pre-disaster elven civilization could be maintained despite the ongoing instabilities in the broader magical environment. These enchanted areas served as refuges not only for elves, but for other beings who valued the peace and beauty that such sanctuaries could provide, creating multicultural communities that preserved elven traditions while remaining open to beneficial influences from other cultures and races. The conflicts that had begun as philosophical disagreements between the great elven courts of Aravandar and Mieritari evolved over the centuries into something far more destructive and all-consuming than either side had originally ambitioned, transforming from scholarly debates about the proper use of ancient magical knowledge into a series of increasingly devastating wars that would fundamentally alter not only elven civilization, but the very nature of the world itself. What scholars would later term the Crown Wars represented the culmination of tensions that had been building within elven society since the discovery of the creator race's most dangerous magical techniques. Tensions that might have been resolved through compromise and negotiation, if not for the peculiar relationship that elves maintained with time, memory, and the passionate convictions that could sustain themselves across centuries of accumulated grievance and mistrust. The court of Aravandar, with its emphasis on protection through strength, and its belief that dangerous knowledge could be safely mastered through elven wisdom and restraint, had spent the early centuries of the conflict developing not merely arguments for their position, but practical applications of the ancient magical techniques that demonstrated both their potential benefits and their inherent dangers. The scholars and mages who served Arivandar's cause were driven by a conviction that bordered on obsession, believing that they could succeed where the creator races had failed because they possessed the moral clarity and intellectual sophistication necessary to wield ultimate power without being corrupted by it. The magical research facilities that Arivandar established in remote locations throughout their territories were marvels of safety, engineering, and theoretical sophistication, designed to allow the study and development of creator race techniques, while minimizing the risk of catastrophic accidents that could replicate the original Tearfall disaster. These installations were protected by multiple layers of containment barriers, staffed by the most talented and experienced elven mages available, and subject to safety protocols that had been developed through careful analysis of the failures that had destroyed the ancient civilizations. Yet for all their precautions and expertise, the Aravandar researchers could not eliminate the fundamental instability that characterized the magical forces they were attempting to harness, for the power levels involved in creator race techniques operated at scales that made even minor miscalculations potentially catastrophic. The ancient magical knowledge they were working to decode had been developed by beings whose understanding of reality was fundamentally different from that of elves, and the techniques that had seemed manageable to the creator races often proved unpredictable when applied by minds that approached magic from entirely different philosophical and practical perspectives. The early successes achieved by Aravandar researchers only reinforced their conviction that they were on the right path, for they succeeded in creating magical effects that far exceeded anything that conventional elven magic could achieve, while maintaining apparent control over the forces involved. They developed techniques for reshaping landscapes on continental scales, for controlling weather patterns across entire regions, for creating permanent magical enhancements that could transform ordinary locations into realms of wonders that rivaled the greatest achievements of the creator races. These demonstrations of power served multiple purposes within Arivandar's strategy, for they not only validated the court's theoretical position about the safety and desirability of mastering ancient magic, but also provided practical tools that could be used to defend Arivandar territories against the increasingly aggressive efforts of Miratari forces to destroy their research facilities and prevent further development of dangerous magical techniques. The ability to reshape battlefields at will, to summon storms that could devastate enemy forces, to create barriers that could withstand any form of conventional assault, gave Arivandar military commanders capabilities that seemed to guarantee victory in any direct confrontation. The court of Miratari, meanwhile, had focused their own efforts on developing counter-techniques that could neutralize or redirect the magical forces that their enemies were learning to deploy, while simultaneously working to locate and destroy the caches of creator race knowledge that provided the foundation for Arivandar's research program. The Miratari approach to the conflict was shaped by their fundamental conviction that the ancient magical techniques were inherently corrupting, that any attempt to use such power would inevitably lead to the kind of moral and spiritual degradation that had characterized the final period of creator race civilization. The magical techniques that Miratari developed during this period represented some of the most sophisticated applications of healing and restoration magic that had ever been achieved, for their practitioners learned to identify and counter the specific forms of corruption and instability that characterized creator race techniques, while simultaneously working to repair the environmental and spiritual damage that such magic inevitably caused. These counter-techniques required not merely theoretical understanding, but profound spiritual discipline, for they demanded that practitioners maintain perfect harmony with the natural world, even while working to neutralize forces that threatened to disrupt that harmony. The Miratari approach to warfare was necessarily more subtle and patient than that employed by their enemies, for they could not match Arivandar's raw, destructive power without abandoning the principles that defined their cause. Instead, they developed strategies that emphasized precision, timing, and the ability to turn their enemies' own power against them through carefully planned interventions that exploited the inherent instabilities in creator race magic. A single Miratari agent, properly positioned and perfectly disciplined, could trigger a cascade failure in an Arivandar magical working that would cause more damage than an entire army could achieve through conventional assault. The escalation of the conflict from isolated incidents to full-scale warfare occurred gradually, as both courts found themselves drawn into cycles of retaliation and counter-retaliation that made peaceful resolution increasingly difficult to achieve. Each side could point to provocations and attacks by the other that justified their own aggressive responses, while the neutral courts that might have served as mediators found themselves increasingly polarized as the conflict's effects spread throughout elven territories and made neutrality impossible to maintain. The magical weapons that both sides developed during the early phases of the Crown Wars were unprecedented in their sophistication and destructive potential, representing advances in magical theory and practice that exceeded anything achieved during the previous millennia of elven civilization. Arivandar weapons focused on overwhelming force and battlefield control, creating effects that could devastate vast areas while allowing their wielders to maintain precise control over the scope and intensity of the destruction. Miratari weapons emphasized disruption and redirection, designed to turn hostile magic against itself while minimizing collateral damage to innocent beings and the natural environment. The first major battle of the Crown Wars occurred when Miratari forces attempted to destroy an Arivandar research facility that was reportedly close to achieving a breakthrough in the practical application of creator race teleportation technique, magic that could allow for the instantaneous movement of entire armies across continental distances. The Miratari assault was carefully planned, and precisely executed, using their most advanced counter-magic techniques to penetrate the facility's defenses and reach the central laboratory where the dangerous research was being conducted. The battle that erupted when Arivandar defenders responded to this attack demonstrated the horrifying potential of the magical techniques that both sides had been developing, for the clash between opposing forms of high magic created effects that neither side had anticipated or prepared for. The interaction between Arivandar force-based magic and Mieritari disruption techniques generated feedback loops that amplified both sets of effects far beyond their intended parameters, creating a localized magical catastrophe that devastated hundreds of square miles of elven territory. The survivors of this first major engagement found themselves confronting the reality that the magical weapons they had developed were far more dangerous than either side had realized, for the interaction effects that occurred when different forms of high magic came into conflict could not be predicted or controlled using conventional magical theory. Yet, rather than serving as a warning that led to de-escalation, this demonstration of uncontrolled destruction only reinforced each side's conviction that their enemies represented an existential threat that had to be eliminated regardless of the cost. The years that followed saw the development of increasingly sophisticated magical weapons and defensive systems, as both courts sought to gain decisive advantage while avoiding the kind of uncontrolled magical cascade that had characterized the first major battle. Arivandar researchers focused on creating more stable and predictable applications of creator race techniques, while Mieritari innovators worked to develop countermeasures that could safely neutralize hostile magic without triggering dangerous interaction effects. The involvement of dragons and other ancient powers in the Crown Wars added another layer of complexity and danger to a conflict that was already straining the limits of what the post-Tearfall world could safely contain. These beings, whose power and longevity gave them perspectives on the conflict that neither elven court fully understood, pursued their own agendas while sometimes allying with one side or the other, based on calculations that remained opaque to the mortal participants in the war. The great worms who chose to involve themselves in elven affairs brought capabilities that exceeded even the most advanced magical weapons that the courts had developed, for their innate magical abilities operated according to principles that predated the creator races and remained unaffected by the instabilities that plagued more recent magical innovations. A single ancient dragon could devastate entire regions with breath weapons and spell effects that no elven defense could completely neutralize, while their intelligence and magical knowledge made them formidable strategic allies for whichever side succeeded in gaining their support. Yet the dragon's involvement in the Crown Wars also introduced elements of unpredictability and potential betrayal that made them dangerous allies as well as formidable enemies, for their motivations and loyalties remained fluid, and their commitment to any particular outcome was always subject to change based on their assessment of how events might affect their own long-term interests. The elven courts that sought draconic alliance found themselves committed to strategies and objectives that served their allies' purposes as much as their own, while those who faced dragons as enemies discovered that conventional military tactics were inadequate against foes whose capabilities transcended normal understanding of magical warfare. The ancient powers that emerged from hidden sanctuaries to participate in the Crown Wars represented remnants of civilizations that predated even the creator races, beings whose understanding of magic and reality operated according to principles that had been old when the world was young. These entities brought perspectives on the conflict that neither court had anticipated, viewing the struggle between Arivandar and Mieritari as merely the latest episode in cycles of creation and destruction that had been repeating since the beginning of time. Some of these ancient powers sought to prevent the escalation of magical warfare that threatened to trigger another Tearfall-scale disaster, intervening on behalf of whichever side seemed most likely to achieve victory quickly and end the conflict before it could cause irreparable damage to the world's magical infrastructure. Others saw in the Crown Wars an opportunity to reclaim territories and influences that had been lost during previous catastrophes, supporting whichever faction offered them the best prospects for restoring their former dominion. The participation of these ancient beings transformed the Crown Wars from a conflict between elven courts into something approaching a cosmic struggle between different visions of what reality should become, with each major battle potentially determining not merely the political future of elven civilization, but the fundamental nature of magic and consciousness in the material world. The stakes involved in the conflict had escalated far beyond anything that the original participants had envisioned, yet the momentum of accumulated grievances and mutual mistrust made retreat or compromise increasingly difficult to achieve. The development of high magic weapons of mass destruction represented the culmination of centuries of magical research and innovation, as both courts sought to create effects that could end the war decisively while avoiding the total annihilation that would result from uncontrolled magical catastrophe. These weapons represented the pinnacle of magical engineering, combining creator, race, power sources, with elven precision and safety systems that were theoretically capable of containing and directing destructive forces that approached the level of divine intervention. The Arivandar high magic weapons focused on overwhelming destructive capability, combined with precise targeting systems that could eliminate enemy forces and installations while leaving friendly territory and populations intact. These devices could generate effects comparable to natural disasters, creating earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and massive storms that could devastate entire regions while appearing to be natural phenomena rather than the results of magical warfare. Mieritari high magic weapons emphasize disruption and redirection rather than direct destruction, designed to turn hostile magic against itself while simultaneously severing the connections between enemy mages and the power sources that their techniques required. These weapons could create zones of magical nullification that rendered enemy spellcasters powerless while protecting friendly forces from hostile magic, or they could redirect enemy attacks back against their originators with amplified force and precision. The strategic deployment of these weapons during the later phases of the Crown Wars created a form of magical warfare that was unlike anything that had previously existed in the history of the world, with entire regions being reshaped by the interaction of opposing magical forces, while both sides sought to achieve decisive victory without triggering the kind of uncontrolled cascade that would destroy everything they were fighting to preserve. The balance between maximum effectiveness and acceptable risk required constant recalculation as the weapons themselves evolved and the tactical situations in which they were deployed became increasingly complex. The role of mortal heroes and champions in the Crown Wars provided a counterpoint to the cosmic scope of the magical forces being deployed. For individual beings of exceptional courage and skill could sometimes achieve results that exceeded what entire armies could accomplish through conventional means. These heroes, whether they served one court or the other, or attempted to find paths toward peace and reconciliation, operated on a human scale that made the larger conflict comprehensible, while demonstrating that individual choice and moral courage retained significance even in the midst of cosmic-scale warfare. The elven heroes who emerged during the Crown Wars represented the best and worst aspects of their civilization, beings whose exceptional abilities and deep convictions drove them to achievements and atrocities that would be remembered long after the specific political issues that motivated the conflict had been forgotten. Some became legends of noble self-sacrifice and moral clarity, individuals who found ways to protect innocence and preserve essential values even in the midst of a war that seemed to corrupt everything it touched. Others became cautionary tales about the dangers of allowing noble intentions to justify increasingly extreme methods. Heroes whose initial commitment to their people's welfare led them to embrace tactics and strategies that violated the fundamental principles they claimed to defend. The civilian populations caught between the warring courts experienced the Crown Wars as an extended nightmare of displacement, loss, and moral confusion, as communities that had existed peacefully for centuries found themselves forced to choose sides in a conflict they did not fully understand while dealing with the practical challenges of survival in a world where the basic infrastructure of civilization was being systematically destroyed by magical warfare. The refugees created by the conflict numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Elves who had lost their homes, their communities, and often their entire families to the escalating violence while retaining little hope that the outcome of the war would justify the suffering it had caused. The environmental consequences of the Crown Wars extended far beyond the immediate destruction caused by individual battles, for the sustained deployment of high magic weapons gradually altered the fundamental characteristics of the regions where the conflict was most intense. Magical energies that had been released into the environment during centuries of warfare created persistent effects that continued to influence local ecosystems long after the battles themselves had ended, while the disruption of natural magical flows created instabilities that would plague the affected areas for generations to come. The forests that had been battlefields during the Crown Wars became places of strange and often dangerous magic, where trees might contain the memories of ancient conflicts and streams could carry curses that affected anyone who drank from them. Wildlife in these areas often exhibited unusual characteristics, mutations caused by prolonged exposure to chaotic magical energies that had been released during the fighting. Some of these changes were beneficial, creating species with enhanced intelligence or magical abilities, but many were harmful or disturbing, producing creatures that embodied the violence and corruption that had characterized the worst aspects of the war. The cultural and spiritual impact of the Crown Wars on elven civilization was perhaps even more profound than the immediate physical destruction, for the conflict had forced elves to violate many of the fundamental principles that had defined their relationship with the natural world and with each other since their arrival from the realm of fairy. The necessity of developing and deploying weapons of mass destruction had required forms of magical practice that were antithetical to traditional elven values, while the demands of military organization had imposed hierarchical structures that conflicted with the consensus-based decision-making that had characterized elven society. The psychological trauma experienced by individual elves who had participated in or witnessed the worst aspects of the Crown Wars created lasting changes in elven culture that would influence their development for millennia to come. The collective memory of having been responsible for such devastation and suffering created a profound sense of guilt and caution that made later generations of elves reluctant to pursue the kind of ambitious magical projects that had characterized their pre-war civilization, while the knowledge that they were capable of such destructive behavior challenged fundamental assumptions about elven moral superiority that had previously been central to their cultural identity. The approach of the Dark Disaster became apparent to the most sensitive magical practitioners on both sides as the interactions between opposing high magic weapons began to create cumulative instabilities in the world's magical infrastructure that could not be contained or controlled through conventional means. The warning signs were subtle at first, detected only by those with the deepest understanding of the fundamental forces that governed magical reality, but they became increasingly obvious as the cascade effects that would ultimately trigger the catastrophe gained momentum and scope. The attempts by moderate factions within both courts to prevent the approaching disaster were frustrated by the intensity of the emotions and convictions that the centuries of warfare had generated. For the leaders and champions on both sides had become so deeply invested in achieving victory that they were unwilling to consider the possibility that their conflict might destroy everything they were fighting to preserve. The momentum of accumulated hatred and mistrust had reached a point where rational calculation of costs and benefits was no longer possible, replaced by a kind of collective madness that demanded total victory, regardless of the consequences. The final phase of the Crown Wars began when both courts simultaneously launched what they believed would be decisive campaigns designed to end the conflict through the deployment of their most powerful weapons and the commitment of all their remaining resources to achieving absolute victory. The Arivandar strategy focused on a series of coordinated strikes that would destroy Mieritari leadership and military capability while demonstrating the futility of continued resistance. The Mieritari response emphasized the destruction of Arivandar research facilities and weapons stockpiles while triggering widespread magical disruption that would make further warfare impossible. The collision of these opposing campaigns created the magical catastrophe that would later be known as the Dark Disaster, as the simultaneous deployment of multiple high magic weapons in close proximity generated interaction effects that exceeded anything that either side had anticipated or prepared for. The explosion of uncontrolled magical energy that resulted from these interactions was several orders of magnitude more destructive than anything that had occurred during the previous centuries of warfare, creating effects that transcended the physical destruction of armies and cities to alter the fundamental nature of reality itself across vast regions of the elven territories. The immediate devastation caused by the Dark Disaster was unprecedented in its scope and intensity, with entire regions simply ceasing to exist as the magical explosion erased them from reality at the most basic level. Cities that had stood for millennia, forests that had been sacred to generations of elves, communities that had preserved ancient traditions and knowledge for centuries beyond counting, all disappeared in moments as the chaotic magical energies rewrote the fundamental laws that governed existence in the affected areas. Yet, even more tragic than the immediate destruction was the transformation that the magical catastrophe brought to the nature of the elves themselves. For the chaotic energies released by the Dark Disaster did not merely destroy physical structures, but altered the essential spiritual and biological characteristics that had defined elven identity since their first arrival from the realm of fairy. The elves who were caught in the areas of greatest magical intensity found themselves fundamentally changed in ways that made their continued existence in the surface world impossible, while creating new forms of consciousness and identity that were both elven and utterly alien to traditional elven experience. The transformation of these elves into the Drow represented not merely a physical alteration, but a complete inversion of the values and relationships that had previously governed elven civilization, as the magical energies that changed their bodies also altered their spiritual connections to the divine forces that had guided their development. Where surface elves had sought harmony with nature and cooperation with other beings, the Drow found themselves driven by impulses toward domination and exploitation that reflected the chaotic and destructive energies that had created them. The patron deity who claimed the transformed elves during this period of cosmic chaos was Lolth, the Spider Queen, whose influence represented everything that traditional elven culture had rejected and feared. Under her guidance, the Drow developed a civilization that was built around principles of betrayal, cruelty, and the pursuit of power through the systematic exploitation of weakness and vulnerability in others. This inversion of elven values was so complete and systematic that the Drow came to view their surface cousins not as kin but as enemies, whose very existence represented a reproach to the path they had been forced to embrace. The descent of the transformed elves into the Underdark was both a geographical relocation and a spiritual exile, as the chaotic energies that had altered their nature made continued existence in the surface world painful and eventually impossible. The deep places beneath the earth offered refuge from the light and natural beauty that had once nourished their spirits, but now caused them agony, while providing access to new forms of power and meaning that were compatible with their transformed nature. The Underdark civilization that the Drow created in their exile was a dark mirror of the surface elven culture they had lost, preserving certain forms and traditions, while inverting their essential meaning and purpose. The artistic sophistication that had characterized elven culture was maintained but redirected toward the creation of beauty that was built upon suffering and death, while the magical innovations that had once served healing and growth were adapted to serve domination and destruction. The grief of Corellon Larethian at witnessing the transformation and exile of so many of his chosen people created lasting changes in the relationship between elves and their patron deity that would influence elven spiritual development for millennia to come. The god's sorrow at being unable to prevent the corruption of his people while simultaneously being forced to allow their transformation and exile created a profound sadness that became woven into the essential nature of elven existence, a melancholy that would characterize elven culture long after the specific events that caused it had passed into legend. The few surface elves who survived the dark disaster found themselves inheriting a world that had been fundamentally altered, not merely by the immediate destruction, but by the ongoing magical instabilities that the catastrophe had created throughout the affected regions. The techniques and traditions that had sustained elven civilization for millennia no longer functioned reliably in a magical environment that had been permanently changed by the chaotic energies of the disaster, while the knowledge and resources necessary for rebuilding had been lost along with the communities and institutions that had preserved them. The period of reconstruction that followed the dark disaster was characterized by a profound re-evaluation of elven values and priorities, as the survivors struggled to create new forms of community and meaning from the fragments of their shattered civilization. The hubris that had driven the crown wars was replaced by a deep humility and caution that made the surviving elves reluctant to pursue the kind of ambitious projects that had characterized their pre-war culture, while the trauma of having caused such catastrophic destruction created lasting changes in elven psychology that would influence their development for generations to come. The establishment of new elven enclaves in the post-disaster world required not merely the reconstruction of physical communities, but the development of new forms of magical practice that could operate safely in an environment where the fundamental laws of magic had been altered by the chaotic energies of the catastrophe. These new techniques emphasized stability and safety over raw power, reflecting hard-learned lessons about the dangers of magical experimentation and the importance of maintaining harmony between conscious intention and natural process. The mythals that were created to protect these new elven communities represented perhaps the most significant magical achievement of the post-disaster period, for these protective enchantments succeeded in creating zones of magical stability where traditional elven culture could be preserved, despite the ongoing instabilities in the broader magical environment. Yet the creation of these mythals also reflected the defensive and isolated mentality that had replaced the confident expansionism that had characterized pre-war elven civilization, as communities chose protection over growth and preservation over innovation. The legacy of the Crown Wars and the Dark Disaster would continue to influence elven development and their relationship with other races for thousands of years after the immediate crisis had passed, creating patterns of caution, isolation, and deep suspicion of magical ambition that would define elven culture throughout all subsequent ages of the world's history. The knowledge that they were capable of such catastrophic destruction and the responsibility they bore for the transformation and exile of so many of their people became permanent features of elven consciousness that could never be forgotten or overcome, only accepted and integrated into new forms of wisdom and restraint. In the centuries that followed the catastrophic collapse of elven civilization and the traumatic exile of the transformed Drow into the lightless depths of the Underdark, the world above began to witness the emergence of new forms of consciousness and ambition that would fundamentally alter the balance of power across the known realms. While the surviving elves retreated into their protected enclaves to heal from wounds that would never fully mend, other races began to explore the possibilities that magic offered for transcending the limitations that had previously defined mortal existence. Among these emerging peoples, none would prove more audacious in their magical ambitions or more tragic in their ultimate fate than the humans who established the civilization that would become known to history as Netheril, the empire of floating cities whose rise and fall would demonstrate both the incredible heights that mortal ingenuity could achieve and the terrible consequences that inevitably followed when ambition exceeded wisdom. The early Netherese settlements that emerged in the regions north of what would later become the heartlands of Faerun were unremarkable by the standards of the post-disaster world. Small communities of humans who had adapted to the harsh climate and dangerous magical instabilities that characterized the transformed landscape through a combination of determination, cooperation, and the kind of practical innovation that shorter-lived races often developed more readily than their longer-lived counterparts. These early settlers possessed no particular advantage in terms of magical knowledge or natural ability, no ancient heritage that connected them to the cosmic forces that governed reality, no divine patron whose guidance could illuminate the path toward greater understanding and power. What they possessed instead was something that would prove far more dangerous and ultimately more significant than any inherited advantages could have been. An insatiable curiosity about the nature of magic itself, and a willingness to experiment with forces that more cautious beings would have avoided entirely. The humans who founded the first Netherese communities were driven by the same restless ambition that had characterized their species since its earliest days, the desire to understand and control their environment, rather than simply adapting to whatever conditions they encountered. The discovery that would transform these modest settlements into the foundation of the greatest magical civilization that the world had ever seen came not through deliberate exploration or systematic research, but through the kind of fortunate accident that seemed to follow human endeavors with surprising regularity. A group of Netherese explorers investigating the ruins of what had once been a creator race research facility stumbled upon a cache of ancient texts that had somehow survived both the original Tearfall catastrophe and the subsequent magical disasters that had periodically swept across the Crine region. These texts, which would become known to history as the Nether Scrolls, contain not the dangerous high magic techniques that had ultimately destroyed the creator races and devastated elven civilization, but rather fundamental theoretical principles about the nature of magic itself that had served as the foundation for all subsequent magical development. The scrolls described magic not as a mysterious force that could only be understood through intuition and spiritual communion with natural processes, but as a systematic phenomenon that operated according to discoverable laws and could be manipulated through precise application of mathematical principles and logical analysis. The human scholars who first studied the Nether Scrolls possessed neither the extensive magical training that elven mages considered essential, nor the deep spiritual connection to natural forces that had guided the magical practices of other races. What they brought to their study of the ancient texts was the same methodical approach that they applied to any other form of knowledge, treating magic as a technical discipline that could be mastered through careful observation, systematic experimentation, and the gradual accumulation of practical experience. This fundamentally different approach to understanding magic yielded results that surprised even the most optimistic of the early Netherese researchers, for they discovered that the systematic methods described in the Nether Scrolls could produce magical effects that rivaled or even exceeded those achieved by races with millennia of magical tradition and natural magical ability. The key insight that transformed Netherese magical practice was the recognition that magic could be approached as a form of engineering, with spells constructed according to precise specifications, and magical energy channeled through carefully designed systems that maximized efficiency while minimizing the risk of dangerous instabilities. The early magical innovations developed by Netherese scholars were modest in scope but revolutionary in their implications, for they demonstrated that humans could achieve, through systematic study and careful application of theoretical principles, what other races required centuries of training and natural talent to accomplish. The first Netherese spells were simple by the standards that would later be achieved, but they were also reliable, reproducible, and teachable in ways that traditional magical practices often were not. The establishment of formal magical schools and research institutions within Netherese society marked the beginning of a period of magical innovation that would continue for over 3,000 years, during which human mages would push the boundaries of magical possibility further than any previous civilization had dared to venture. These institutions were organized according to principles that emphasized collaborative research and systematic knowledge sharing, creating an environment where individual discoveries could be built upon and refined by subsequent generations of scholars. The early centuries of Netherese magical development were characterized by steady but incremental progress as human mages worked to understand and apply the principles contained in the Nether Scrolls while developing their own innovations and improvements upon the ancient techniques. The magical practices that emerged from this period of research represented a synthesis of creator, race, theoretical knowledge with human ingenuity and systematization, creating approaches to magic that were both more accessible to ordinary practitioners and more amenable to large-scale application than the intensely personal and spiritually demanding techniques favored by other races. The breakthrough that would transform Netheril from a collection of talented but relatively modest magical communities into the greatest arcane civilization in the world's history came when Netherese researchers succeeded in developing practical applications for magical techniques that had previously been considered purely theoretical. The creation of the first permanent magical enhancements that could alter the fundamental properties of matter and energy opened possibilities that had been inconceivable during the earlier phases of their magical development. The most significant of these innovations was the development of techniques for creating areas of altered gravity and atmospheric pressure that could support the construction of cities that floated freely in the air, sustained not by conventional engineering, but by magical forces that operated according to principles that the Netherese had learned to understand and control. These floating cities represented the culmination of centuries of magical research and engineering innovation, combining theoretical knowledge with practical application in ways that created wonders that exceeded even the greatest achievements of the creator races. The construction of the first floating city was a project that required the cooperation of dozens of archmages and hundreds of lesser mages, each contributing specialized knowledge and magical power to a collaborative effort that would have been impossible for any individual practitioner to achieve alone. The successful completion of this project demonstrated not only the technical capabilities that Netheril's civilization had achieved, but also the organizational sophistication that allowed them to coordinate complex magical workings on unprecedented scales. The floating cities that became the signature achievement of Netheril's civilization were more than mere displays of magical prowess, for they served practical purposes that enhanced both the quality of life for their inhabitants and the overall capabilities of Netheril's society. The ability to relocate entire urban centers allowed Netheril's communities to avoid natural disasters and hostile forces while taking advantage of favorable conditions and opportunities wherever they might arise. The aerial perspective provided by the floating cities offered strategic and tactical advantages that ground-based civilizations could not match, while the magical infrastructure required to sustain these urban centers created capabilities that could be applied to countless other purposes. The golden age of Netheril's civilization that followed the successful development of floating city technology was characterized by an explosion of magical innovation and cultural achievement that established new standards for what mortal beings could accomplish through the systematic application of arcane knowledge. The archmages who governed the floating cities were individuals of extraordinary capability and ambition, beings whose mastery of magic allowed them to undertake projects that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations, while maintaining the scholarly discipline and collaborative spirit that had made Netheril's magical development so remarkably successful. The greatest of these archmages was Carus, whose magical abilities and theoretical insights exceeded even those of his remarkable. The floating cities that became the signature achievement of Netheril's civilization were more than mere displays of magical prowess, for they served practical purposes that enhanced both the quality of life for their inhabitants and the overall capabilities of Netheril's society. The ability to relocate entire urban centers allowed Netheril's communities to avoid natural disasters and hostile forces while taking advantage of favorable conditions and opportunities wherever they might arise. The aerial perspective provides the magical research that Carus conducted during the height of Netheril's civilization pushed the boundaries of magical theory and practice far beyond anything that had been achieved by previous civilizations, as he sought to understand not merely how magic could be used, but what magic fundamentally was, and whether the principles that governed its operation could themselves be altered or transcended. His investigations led him into areas of magical theory that had been considered too dangerous or too abstract for practical application, regions of knowledge where the distinction between magic and reality itself became blurred beyond recognition. The other great archmages of Netheril, while perhaps lacking Carus's singular genius and driving ambition, were themselves individuals of extraordinary capability whose contributions to Netheril's magical development were essential to the civilization's remarkable achievements. These powerful mages established schools of magical thought and practice that explored different approaches to understanding and applying arcane knowledge, creating a rich intellectual environment where innovation and discovery flourished through both competition and collaboration. The magical infrastructure that supported Netheril's civilization during its golden age was a marvel of arcane engineering that demonstrated the practical benefits of treating magic as a systematic discipline rather than an intuitive art. The floating cities were supported by networks of magical energy that connected them not only to each other, but to ground-based installations, and resource extraction facilities that provided the materials and energy necessary to sustain urban populations that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The transportation systems that linked the various components of Netherese civilization relied on magical techniques that allowed for instantaneous travel across continental distances, while communication networks based on magical principles enabled coordination and information sharing on scales that would have been impossible using conventional methods. The agricultural and industrial systems that supported Netherese society incorporated magical enhancements that increased productivity and efficiency far beyond what purely mundane techniques could achieve. The cultural achievements of Netherese civilization during its golden age reflected the same systematic approach and ambitious vision that characterized their magical development, as scholars, artists, and philosophers worked to create forms of expression and understanding that were worthy of a society that had transcended many of the limitations that had previously constrained mortal civilizations. The libraries and academies established in the floating cities contained knowledge gathered from across the known world and beyond, while the artistic works produced by Netherese creators incorporated magical techniques that allowed for forms of beauty and meaning that had never before been achieved. Yet beneath the remarkable achievements and unprecedented prosperity that characterized the golden age of Netherese civilization lay philosophical and spiritual problems that would ultimately prove more dangerous than any external threat or technical challenge. The systematic approach to magic that had enabled Netheril's rise had also fostered a worldview that emphasized control and manipulation over harmony and cooperation, leading to attitudes toward magical power that were fundamentally different from those that had guided previous civilizations. The Netherese understanding of magic as a tool to be mastered rather than a force to be respected created a culture where the acquisition of greater power was seen as an inherently worthy goal, where the ability to reshape reality according to one's will was viewed as the highest form of achievement, and where the limitations that had traditionally constrained magical practice were seen as obstacles to be overcome rather than wisdom to be heeded. This attitude fostered innovation and achievement on unprecedented scales, but it also created a dangerous disconnect between capability and responsibility that would ultimately prove catastrophic. The hubris that gradually developed within Netherese society was not the simple arrogance of individuals drunk on their own power, but rather a systematic philosophical error that was built into the very foundations of their approach to magical knowledge and practice. The success of their systematic methods had convinced many Netherese mages that any magical effect that could be conceived could eventually be achieved through sufficient research and development, while their remarkable achievements had created a confidence in their ability to control and direct magical forces that exceeded anything that previous civilizations had possessed. The specific magical research that would ultimately lead to Netheril's destruction began when Carus turned his attention to what he perceived as the fundamental limitation that constrained all mortal magical practice, the fact that even the most powerful archmages remained dependent upon divine beings for access to the highest levels of magical power. The spells and techniques that operated at the cosmic scales necessary to reshape reality at its most fundamental levels required divine intervention or approval, making mortal mages ultimately subordinate to beings whose motivations and priorities might not align with mortal needs and interests. Carus's investigation into the nature of divine power and its relationship to arcane magic led him to develop theoretical frameworks for understanding divinity itself as a form of magical phenomenon that operated according to discoverable principles and could potentially be accessed or even assumed by sufficiently advanced mortal practitioners. This research represented the ultimate expression of the Netherese approach to magic, the attempt to apply systematic analysis and methodical development to forces that had previously been considered beyond mortal comprehension or influence. The magical working that Carus eventually developed based on his theoretical research was unprecedented in its scope and ambition, designed to allow a mortal being to temporarily assume the divine powers and responsibilities of a god, while retaining their individual consciousness and will. The spell that would later be known as Carus's avatar was intended to demonstrate that the ultimate barriers between mortal and divine power could be transcended through sufficient magical knowledge and technical capability, proving that there were no limits to what systematic arcane research could eventually achieve. The target that Carus chose for his divine assumption was Mystril, the goddess of magic herself, whose divine portfolio included responsibility for maintaining the weave that provided the foundation for all magical practice throughout the material world. Carus calculated that by temporarily assuming Mystril's divine nature and responsibilities, he would gain access to the cosmic-level magical abilities necessary to address the growing threats that endangered Netherese civilization, while demonstrating the ultimate success of the systematic approach to magical development that had made Netheril's achievements possible. The execution of Carus's avatar represented the culmination of millennia of magical research and development, as the greatest archmage in Netherese history attempted to bridge the gap between mortal and divine through the application of principles and techniques that had been refined through centuries of systematic study and experimentation. The magical energies involved in the working exceeded anything that had been attempted since the catastrophic experiments of the creator races. Yet Carus approached the casting with the confidence of someone whose entire worldview was built upon the belief that sufficient knowledge and preparation could overcome any obstacle or limitation. The immediate effects of the spell's successful casting seemed to confirm Carus's theories and calculations, as he found himself suddenly possessed of magical capabilities that exceeded anything he had previously experienced or imagined possible. For a brief moment that lasted less than a minute in objective time but felt like hours from his perspective, Carus wielded the cosmic powers that Mystril had used to maintain the stability and functionality of magic throughout the material world, giving him direct awareness and control over magical forces that operated on scales that encompassed entire planes of existence. Yet, even as Carus exulted in his success and began to exercise his newly acquired divine powers, he discovered that his theoretical understanding of divine responsibility had been catastrophically incomplete. The maintenance of the weave required not merely vast magical power, but a form of consciousness and attention that was fundamentally different from mortal awareness, an ability to simultaneously monitor and adjust countless interconnected magical processes while maintaining perfect balance between competing forces and conflicting needs. The complexity of the divine responsibilities that Carus had assumed exceeded his capacity to understand or manage them, despite his unprecedented magical knowledge and abilities. Within moments of achieving his goal, he realized that he had undertaken obligations that no mortal mind could fulfill, that the systematic approach to magic that had enabled Netheril's rise was inadequate for managing the intuitive and holistic understanding that divine stewardship of magic required. The failure of Carus's avatar was not a simple magical accident or technical malfunction, but rather the inevitable consequence of a fundamental philosophical error that had been built into Nethere's magical theory from its earliest development. The systematic approach that had enabled humans to achieve remarkable magical capabilities was based on the assumption that all magical phenomena could ultimately be understood and controlled through analytical methods. Yet the divine management of cosmic magical forces required forms of consciousness and perception that transcended analytical understanding entirely. as Carus struggled with responsibilities that exceeded his capacity to fulfill. The magical infrastructure that supported not only Netheril's civilization but magical practice throughout the material world began to destabilize and collapse. The weave that provided the foundation for all spellcasting started to unravel, as the cosmic forces that maintained its stability were disrupted by the presence of a consciousness that could not adequately manage their complex interactions and delicate balances. The death of Mystril that resulted from Carus's usurpation of her divine role created a cascade of magical failures that spread throughout the material world with devastating speed and scope. The goddess of magic, unable to maintain her divine nature, while her fundamental essence was claimed by a mortal consciousness, began to fade from existence as the magical forces that defined her divinity were absorbed by Carus's spell, leaving the cosmic responsibilities of magical stewardship without any consciousness capable of managing them effectively. The magical catastrophe that followed Mystril's death exceeded even the disasters that had characterized previous ages, for it involved not merely the destruction of particular civilizations or regions, but the fundamental breakdown of the magical principles that enabled spellcasting and arcane effects throughout reality. The floating cities of Netheril, sustained entirely by magical forces that were no longer stable or predictable, began to fall from the sky as the spells that supported them failed in cascading sequences that left their inhabitants with no possibility of escape or survival. The fall of the Netheril's floating cities was witnessed across vast regions of the known world, as dozens of urban centers that had housed millions of people plummeted from the heavens to crash into the earth below, with impacts that created new geographical features and altered the landscape for hundreds of miles in every direction. The magical energies released by these impacts created lasting instabilities and anomalies that would plague the affected regions for centuries to come, while the destruction of Netheril's magical infrastructure eliminated knowledge and capabilities that would take millennia to rediscover and rebuild. Carus himself, overwhelmed by divine responsibilities that exceeded his mortal capacity to manage and horrified by the catastrophic consequences of his hubris, attempted to reverse the spell that had granted him divine power, yet discovered that the magical working had created changes in the fundamental structure of reality that could not be simply undone through conventional means. The temporary assumption of divine nature had created permanent alterations in his consciousness and magical abilities that made returning to purely mortal existence impossible, while the responsibilities he had assumed continued to demand attention and management that he could not adequately provide. The death of Carus came not through external attack or magical accident, but through the simple failure of his mortal consciousness to sustain the cosmic awareness and infinite responsibility that divine nature required. As his mind collapsed under the weight of obligations that no individual being could fulfill, the magical forces that he had claimed through his spell were released in an uncontrolled explosion that completed the destruction of the weave and left the material world temporarily without any stable foundation for magical practice. The rebirth of the goddess of magic came through divine intervention that transcended mortal understanding, as the cosmic forces that governed reality itself responded to the crisis by creating a new divine consciousness, capable of restoring and maintaining the magical infrastructure that mortal life required for survival. The goddess who emerged from this cosmic necessity retained the essential nature and responsibilities of Mystril, but possessed new characteristics and limitations that reflected the traumatic circumstances of her creation, taking the name Mystra to distinguish herself from her predecessor, while acknowledging the continuity of her divine role. The new limitations that Mystra placed upon magical practice reflected hard-learned lessons about the dangers of allowing mortal ambition to exceed mortal wisdom. as she established restrictions and safeguards designed to prevent any future attempts to usurp divine power or manipulate magical forces beyond the scale that mortal consciousness could safely manage. The spells and techniques that had enabled Netherese civilization to achieve such remarkable heights were fundamentally altered or eliminated entirely, while new principles were established that emphasized responsibility and restraint over pure capability and ambition. The survivors of Netheril's fall found themselves scattered across a world where magic itself operated according to different rules than those they had spent millennia learning to understand and exploit. The systematic approaches and analytical methods that had enabled their remarkable achievements were no longer fully applicable to magical practice under Mystril's revised weave, while the knowledge and infrastructure that had supported their civilization had been lost, along with the floating cities that had served as the centers of Netherese culture and learning. Some Netherese survivors adapted to the changed circumstances by abandoning their ancestral magical traditions entirely, establishing new communities based on mundane skills and conventional technologies that did not depend upon the magical infrastructure that had been so catastrophically disrupted. These communities, while lacking the remarkable capabilities that had characterized Netherese civilization at its height, proved more stable and sustainable than attempts to recreate the magical achievements that had led to such tragic consequences. Other survivors dedicated themselves to preserving what remained of Netherese magical knowledge, while working to understand and adapt to the new limitations that Mystra had imposed upon arcane practice. These scholars and mages faced the challenging task of rebuilding their understanding of magic from first principles, while avoiding the hubris and philosophical errors that had led to their civilization's destruction, creating new approaches to magical development that emphasized wisdom and restraint over pure achievement and ambition. The enclaves and hidden sanctuaries established by these surviving Netherese scholars would prove crucial to the preservation and eventual redevelopment of advanced magical knowledge in the centuries that followed the fall of the floating cities. Though diminished in power and chastened by tragedy, these communities maintained traditions of scholarly inquiry and magical research that would eventually contribute to the magical development of later civilizations, while serving as cautionary examples of the dangers inherent in unconstrained magical ambition. The long-term consequences of Netheril's rise and fall extended far beyond the immediate destruction of the floating cities and the disruption of magical practice throughout the material world. The demonstration that mortal ambition could achieve such remarkable heights while ultimately leading to such catastrophic consequences created lasting changes in how magical knowledge was approached and developed by subsequent civilizations, introducing elements of caution and philosophical reflection that had been largely absent from earlier approaches to arcane study. The legend of Carus and his failed attempt to achieve divinity became one of the most enduring cautionary tales in the magical traditions of many subsequent civilizations, serving as a reminder that technical capability without moral wisdom inevitably leads to tragedy and destruction. The spell that bore his name was remembered not as a testament to magical achievement, but as an example of the ultimate folly of attempting to transcend the limitations that define mortal existence, while his fate served as a warning about the dangers of pursuing power without understanding its true costs and responsibilities. The geographical and magical changes that resulted from Netheril's fall created new challenges and opportunities that would influence the development of the world for millennia to come. The Anorok desert that formed where the greatest concentration of floating cities had crashed became a permanent reminder of the consequences of unchecked magical ambition, while the magical anomalies and instabilities created by the catastrophe provided both dangers and resources that would shape the activities of future explorers and scholars. The political and cultural vacuum created by Netheril's disappearance allowed other civilizations and powers to expand their influence and develop their own approaches to magical knowledge and practice. Yet the memory of Netheril's achievements continued to inspire and challenge subsequent generations of mages and scholars. The floating cities remained a symbol of what mortal ingenuity could achieve, while their fall served as a constant reminder of the importance of tempering ambition with wisdom and balancing capability with responsibility. The transformation of magic itself through Mystril's intervention created both opportunities and limitations that would define magical practice throughout all subsequent ages of the world's development. The new restrictions and safeguards that the goddess established made certain forms of magical catastrophe impossible, while also preventing the kind of rapid advancement and unlimited experimentation that had characterized Netheril's magical development, creating a more stable but also more constrained environment for arcane research and application. While the catastrophic fall of Netheril sent shockwaves across the known world and fundamentally altered the nature of magical practice throughout the material plane, there existed in the ancient lands of the distant south civilizations whose relationship with divine power followed entirely different principles than those that had guided the hubris-driven mages of the floating cities. These were the god-ruled empires of Mullerand and Unther, realms where the boundary between mortal and divine had been deliberately blurred, not through magical experimentation and theoretical ambition, but through ancient compacts and divine interventions that had established forms of governance and social organization unlike anything that existed elsewhere in the known world. The origins of these remarkable civilizations reached back to an age when the gods themselves walked more freely among mortals, when divine beings took direct and active interest in the day-to-day affairs of human communities and established systems of rule that reflected their own cosmic hierarchies and eternal perspectives. The pantheons of Mullerand and Unther had not ascended to divinity from mortal origins, as had occurred with some deities in other lands, nor had they remained distant and mysterious powers whose influence was felt primarily through intermediaries and abstract principles. Instead, these gods had chosen to establish earthly incarnations of themselves, divine avatars who possessed both the cosmic awareness and unlimited power of true divinity, while remaining directly present and involved in the governance of mortal communities. The god-kings who ruled these southern empires were not merely mortals who claimed divine authority or priests who served as intermediaries between human communities and distant deities, but rather actual manifestations of divine consciousness, inhabiting physical forms that could interact directly with mortal subjects, while retaining full access to the cosmic powers and eternal perspectives that define their divine nature. This unique arrangement created civilizations where the traditional separation between the earthly and celestial realms was largely meaningless, where divine will could be expressed through immediate action rather than through the complex chains of prayer, ritual, and interpretation that characterized religious practice in other lands. The establishment of these divine incarnations had occurred during the earliest ages of human civilization in the southern regions, when the gods who would become the pantheons of Mullerand and Unther had recognized the potential that mortal communities possessed for creating forms of beauty, meaning, and achievement that could serve as worthy expressions of divine creativity and purpose. Rather than allowing human development to proceed according to the chaotic and often destructive patterns that characterized ungoverned mortal ambition, these deities had chosen to provide direct guidance and leadership that would ensure human civilization developed in ways that reflected divine wisdom and eternal values. The pantheon of Mullerand was dominated by deities whose divine portfolios emphasized order, justice, and the careful cultivation of human potential through systematic instruction and benevolent guidance. These gods had established their earthly incarnations as rulers whose primary responsibility was not merely governing human subjects, but educating them in the principles and practices that would allow mortal communities to achieve forms of harmony and prosperity that reflected divine perfection. The god kings of Molorand were simultaneously teachers and rulers, divine beings whose earthly presence served to demonstrate through living example the kinds of wisdom and virtue that mortals could aspire to achieve. The greatest among these divine rulers was the god king who incarnated the solar deity whose divine nature encompassed all aspects of light, life, and cosmic order, whose earthly presence served as a constant reminder to mortal subjects that they lived under the direct protection and guidance of powers whose wisdom exceeded mortal understanding, while whose benevolence ensured that divine authority would always be exercised for the benefit of those who accepted its guidance. This supreme deity's incarnation established not merely political authority but spiritual instruction, serving as both temporal ruler and eternal teacher, whose every action and decision served to educate mortal subjects in the principles that governed cosmic justice and divine will. The other members of the Mulhorandi pantheon who chose to establish earthly incarnations brought their own specialized forms of divine knowledge and cosmic authority to the task of governing and guiding human civilization, creating a divine council whose collective wisdom encompassed all aspects of existence that mortals might need to understand in order to achieve their full potential. These included deities whose portfolios covered agriculture and fertility, ensuring that the material needs of mortal communities were met through divine guidance rather than left to the uncertainties of purely human planning and effort, as well as gods whose divine nature encompassed healing and protection, guaranteeing that mortal subjects would receive the kind of care and security that divine love naturally provided to its earthly children. The civilization that developed under this direct divine guidance achieved levels of prosperity, stability, and cultural sophistication that exceeded anything that purely mortal communities had been able to accomplish through their own efforts and wisdom. The cities of Mulhorand were architectural marvels that combined practical functionality with aesthetic beauty that reflected divine principles of harmony and proportion, while the agricultural systems that supported these urban centers incorporated divine knowledge of natural processes that allowed for productivity levels that seemed miraculous by the standards of purely mortal farming techniques. The great monuments and temples that adorned Mulhorandi cities served not merely as expressions of religious devotion, but as practical instruments for channeling and focusing divine power in ways that enhanced every aspect of community life. These structures were designed according to cosmic principles that aligned earthly architecture with celestial energies, creating sacred spaces where divine influence could flow more freely into the material world, while providing focal points for the kind of communal worship and spiritual practice that strengthened the bonds between mortal subjects and their divine rulers. The pantheon of Unta, while sharing with their Mulhorandi counterparts the principle of direct divine rule through earthly incarnations, represented different aspects of divine nature and cosmic authority that created forms of government and social organization that were distinctly different in character and emphasis. The untheric deities, whose incarnations ruled the cities and territories of that ancient empire, were gods whose divine portfolios emphasized strength, conquest, and the imposition of order through the exercise of overwhelming power, rather than through the patient instruction and benevolent guidance that characterized Mulhorandi divine rule. The god kings of Untha were warriors and conquerors, whose earthly presence served to demonstrate divine authority through displays of power that left no doubt about their capacity to enforce their will against any form of opposition or resistance. These divine rulers established their authority not through teaching and persuasion, but through the kind of decisive action and irresistible force that reflected the cosmic principles governing their divine nature, creating a civilization where order was maintained through the subjects' recognition that rebellion against divine authority was not merely futile, but literally impossible. The supreme deity of the Untheric pantheon was a god of storms and warfare whose earthly incarnation commanded both the loyalty of mortal subjects and the obedience of natural forces, demonstrating divine authority through the ability to call down lightning from the heavens, to command the winds and rains, to shake the very earth with the power of divine wrath when circumstances required such dramatic expressions of cosmic authority. This god-king's rule was absolute, not because of any legal or traditional claims to power, but because his divine nature made resistance to his will equivalent to rebellion against the fundamental forces that governed reality itself. The other members of the Untheric pantheon who established earthly incarnations brought their own forms of divine power and cosmic authority to bear upon the task of governing mortal communities, creating a divine hierarchy where each god-king possessed absolute authority within their particular sphere of influence, while acknowledging the supreme authority of the storm god, whose cosmic power exceeded their own. These included deities whose divine portfolios encompassed various aspects of warfare and conquest, ensuring that Untheric civilization possessed not merely the internal order that divine rule provided, but also the military capabilities necessary to defend that order against external threats and to expand divine authority into new territories where mortal communities had not yet experienced the benefits of direct divine governance. The relationship between the pantheons of Mulhorand and Unther was complex and occasionally competitive, as both groups of divine beings pursued the goal of establishing perfect earthly civilizations that would serve as worthy expressions of divine creativity and cosmic order. Yet their different approaches to achieving this goal sometimes brought them into conflict over questions of territory, influence, and the proper methods for guiding mortal development. The borders between their respective empires were not merely political boundaries, but cosmic frontiers where different principles of divine authority and different visions of perfect civilization encountered one another in ways that sometimes led to tensions and even open conflicts. The wars that occasionally erupted between Mulhorand and Unther were unlike any conflicts that occurred between purely mortal civilizations, for they involved not merely human armies fighting over territorial claims or political differences, but actual divine beings wielding cosmic powers in support of their respective visions of how earthly civilization should be organized and governed. These divine conflicts were fought simultaneously on multiple planes of existence, with battles raging not only on the material battlefields where mortal armies clashed, but also in the cosmic realms, where the gods themselves confronted one another directly with all the power and authority that their divine nature provided. The mortal subjects of these divine empires experienced the wars between their god-kings as cosmic catastrophes that demonstrated the awesome scope of divine power, while also revealing the terrible consequences that could result when even benevolent divine beings found themselves unable to resolve their differences through peaceful means. The magical effects that resulted from direct divine combat could reshape entire landscapes, alter weather patterns across vast regions, and create lasting changes in the fundamental laws that governed local reality, making these conflicts events of truly cosmic significance that influenced the development of the entire region for centuries to come. Yet, despite the occasional conflicts that arose between them, both Mulhorand and Unther achieved levels of stability, prosperity, and cultural achievement that demonstrated the practical benefits of direct divine rule. When exercised by beings whose cosmic wisdom and benevolent intentions ensured that earthly authority would be used for the genuine benefit of mortal subjects rather than for the purely selfish purposes that characterize so many purely human forms of government. The citizens of these god-ruled empires enjoyed protections and opportunities that were simply unavailable to mortals who lived under purely human authority, while the divine guidance they received ensured that their civilizations developed in ways that reflected eternal principles rather than the temporary and often misguided enthusiasms that drove purely mortal political movements. The agricultural systems that supported these divine empires incorporated divine knowledge of natural processes that allowed for levels of productivity that seemed impossible by purely mortal standards. As god-kings, whose divine portfolios included dominion over fertility and growth, could ensure that crops flourished even under adverse conditions, while the divine protection that extended over their territories prevented the kind of natural disasters that regularly devastated purely mortal communities. The abundance that resulted from divine agricultural guidance created economic surpluses that supported not merely the basic needs of the population, but also the kind of cultural and artistic achievements that required leisure and resources to develop. The architectural and engineering projects undertaken in these god-ruled empires reflected divine aesthetic principles and cosmic knowledge that allowed for the creation of structures that combined practical functionality with beauty that approached divine perfection. The pyramids, temples, and palaces that adorned the cities of Mullerand and Unther were not merely impressive displays of wealth and power, but actual instruments for channeling divine energy and cosmic authority into the material world, creating sacred spaces where the boundary between earthly and celestial realms became permeable enough to allow direct divine influence upon mortal affairs. The educational and cultural institutions established under divine rule provided mortal subjects with access to knowledge and wisdom that far exceeded what purely human scholarship could achieve. As god-kings whose divine nature encompassed all aspects of truth and understanding, could directly instruct their subjects in principles and techniques that mortal teachers would require lifetimes to discover and master. The libraries and academies of these empires contained knowledge gathered not merely from mortal sources but from divine revelation, creating repositories of wisdom that served as focal points for intellectual and spiritual development throughout the known world. The religious practices that developed under direct divine rule were necessarily different from those that characterized other civilizations. For the traditional elements of prayer, ritual, and interpretation that served to bridge the gap between mortal and divine consciousness were largely unnecessary when gods walked among their worshippers as living rulers whose authority and benevolence were immediately apparent through their daily actions and decisions. The temples of Mulhorand and Unther served not primarily as places where mortals sought to contact distant deities, but as centers where divine presence could be experienced directly through participation in communal activities that strengthened the bonds between mortal subjects and their god-kings. Yet the system of direct divine rule that characterized these ancient empires also created unique challenges and limitations that would ultimately contribute to their gradual transformation from god-ruled theocracies into more conventional mortal kingdoms. The presence of divine incarnations among mortal populations created expectations and dependencies that could not be sustained indefinitely, as even divine beings found that the constant demands of earthly governance interfered with their cosmic responsibilities and eternal perspectives in ways that made permanent earthly residence increasingly problematic. The gradual withdrawal of direct divine presence from the daily governance of these empires occurred not through any failure or catastrophe, but through the natural evolution of the relationship between mortal subjects and divine rulers as human communities developed their own capabilities for self-governance while retaining the wisdom and principles that divine instruction had provided. The god kings began to delegate increasing authority to mortal officials and institutions while maintaining oversight and guidance that ensured continuity with the divine principles that had originally shaped their civilizations. The process by which these empires transitioned from direct divine rule to more conventional forms of government was gradual and largely peaceful, as the divine rulers recognized that their mortal subjects had achieved sufficient wisdom and capability to govern themselves according to divine principles without requiring constant direct intervention. The god kings established systems of laws, institutions, and cultural traditions that embodied divine wisdom while allowing for the kind of flexibility and adaptation that purely mortal circumstances required. The lasting influence of divine rule on these civilizations extended far beyond the political and administrative systems that had been established under direct divine guidance, permeating every aspect of cultural development and creating distinctive approaches to art, learning, social organization, and spiritual practice that would continue to characterize these societies long after their god kings had withdrawn from active earthly involvement. The principles and values that had been instilled through centuries of divine instruction became so deeply embedded in cultural consciousness that they continued to guide community development, even when divine presence was no longer immediately apparent. The monuments and institutions that survived from the age of direct divine rule served as permanent reminders of what mortal civilizations could achieve when guided by divine wisdom and cosmic authority, while also providing practical resources and capabilities that enhanced the quality of life for subsequent generations. The architectural marvels, educational institutions, and cultural achievements of the god-ruled empires became models that inspired later civilizations while demonstrating the practical benefits of organizing society according to eternal principles rather than temporary expedients. The Orkgate Wars, that would later devastate these regions, represented external challenges that tested the resilience and adaptive capabilities of civilizations that had been shaped by divine guidance, but were no longer under direct divine protection. These conflicts demonstrated both the strengths that divine rule had instilled in these societies and the vulnerabilities that resulted from their dependence upon divine protection that was no longer immediately available when crisis arose. The invasions that poured through the magical gates that connected the material plane to regions where Orcish and other hostile cultures had developed their own forms of military organization and aggressive expansion represented threats that the god-ruled empires had not previously been required to confront on such scales or with such intensity. The divine protection that had previously shielded these civilizations from external aggression was no longer automatically available, requiring mortal defenders to rely upon their own capabilities and resources while applying the strategic and tactical wisdom that divine instruction had provided. The responses that Mulhorand and Unther developed to these external threats demonstrated the lasting value of the principles and practices that divine rule had established, as their societies proved capable of organizing effective resistance while maintaining the essential characteristics and values that had been instilled through centuries of divine guidance. The military organizations that emerged during these conflicts combined divine tactical knowledge with purely mortal innovation and adaptation, creating forces that could match external threats while preserving the essential nature of their civilizations. The cultural and spiritual transformations that occurred during and after the Orkgate Wars reflected the continuing influence of divine principles, even as these societies adapted to circumstances that required greater reliance upon purely mortal capabilities and wisdom. The challenges posed by external aggression and the need for military mobilization created opportunities for individual initiative and innovation that had been less necessary during periods of divine protection, fostering forms of heroism and achievement that complemented rather than contradicted the values that divine rule had instilled. The gradual evolution of these empires from divine theocracies into more conventional mortal kingdoms represented not the abandonment of divine principles, but their successful integration into forms of social organization that could function effectively without requiring constant direct divine intervention. The institutions, traditions, and cultural practices that had been established under divine guidance proved sufficiently robust and adaptable to continue serving their intended purposes while accommodating the changing circumstances that mortal communities inevitably encountered as they developed their own capabilities for self-governance. The legacy of divine rule in these ancient southern empires would continue to influence the development of human civilization throughout subsequent ages, providing models and examples of what could be achieved when mortal communities organized themselves according to eternal principles, while demonstrating the practical benefits of combining divine wisdom with human innovation and adaptability. The knowledge and traditions preserved from the age of god kings would serve as resources for later generations, seeking to create forms of government and social organization that could provide both stability and prosperity while remaining true to the highest ideals and aspirations of human nature. The transformation of these empires from divine theocracies into mortal kingdoms marked not an ending but a new beginning, as the wisdom and capabilities that had been developed under divine guidance became the foundation for new forms of achievement and development that reflected the continuing influence of divine principles, while accommodating the realities and opportunities that characterized purely mortal existence. The god kings had accomplished their ultimate purpose, not by ruling forever, but by establishing the conditions under which their mortal subjects could achieve their full potential, while remaining true to the eternal values and cosmic aim, principles that divine rule had been designed to instill and preserve. In the 14th century after Dale Reckoning, as the various kingdoms and city-states of Faerun had settled into patterns of political rivalry and economic competition that seemed destined to continue unchanged for generations to come, the fundamental order that governed the relationship between mortal and divine was shattered by a crisis whose origins lay not in earthly ambitions or magical experimentation, but in the cosmic realm where the gods themselves dwelt in eternal contemplation of their divine responsibilities and the eternal principles that guided their stewardship of reality itself. This crisis, which mortals would later know as the Time of Troubles, began when Lord Ao, the Overgod, whose supreme authority encompassed all divine beings within his cosmic sphere, rendered a judgment about divine conduct and mortal welfare that would force every god and goddess to walk among mortals as vulnerable flesh and blood beings, whose survival would depend not upon their cosmic power but upon their ability to inspire genuine devotion and prove their worthiness through deeds, rather than through the abstract exercise of divine authority. The specific transgressions that provoked Lord Ao's unprecedented intervention in divine affairs remained largely mysterious to mortal observers, for the cosmic politics that governed relationships among the gods operated according to principles and priorities that transcended mortal understanding. Yet, the consequences of his judgment were immediately and dramatically apparent throughout the material world, as divine beings who had exercised unlimited power for millennia suddenly found themselves trapped within mortal forms that were subject to all the limitations and vulnerabilities that defined earthly existence. The gods, who had previously shaped reality through pure thought and will, were compelled to experience hunger, thirst, physical pain, and the constant awareness of mortality that gave every moment its particular weight and significance. This divine incarnation was fundamentally different from the voluntary earthly manifestations that had characterized the god-kings of ancient Mullerand and Unther, for those had been conscious choices made by divine beings who retained their cosmic awareness and could withdraw from material existence whenever they chose to do so. The avatars that walked Faerun during the time of troubles were trapped within their mortal forms by divine decree, unable to return to their celestial realms until they had satisfied whatever conditions Lord Ao had established for proving their continued worthiness to wield divine authority and cosmic responsibility. Among the divine beings who found themselves thrust into mortal existence during this unprecedented crisis were three whose earthly adventures would prove particularly significant for understanding both the nature of divine justice and the complex relationships that existed between power, responsibility, and moral choice. These were Sirk, Caleva, and the mortal woman known as Midnight, who would ultimately assume the divine portfolio of Mystra, the goddess of magic whose cosmic responsibilities had been left vacant by circumstances that reflected the broader crisis of divine accountability that had prompted Lord Ao's dramatic intervention. Sirk, in his mortal incarnation, embodied the principle of ambition, unconstrained by moral consideration, a being whose intelligence and charisma were matched only by his willingness to pursue power through whatever means seemed most expedient, regardless of the consequences for others or the broader implications of his choices. His divine portfolio, which encompassed murder, lies, and the pursuit of power through deception and betrayal, reflected aspects of mortal nature that were necessary for the cosmic balance, but dangerous when allowed to operate without the restraints that divine wisdom and eternal perspective normally provided. The mortal form that contained Sirk's divine essence was handsome and compelling in ways that made others instinctively trust him despite the underlying darkness that permeated his every action and decision. His ability to present himself as whatever others wanted to see, to craft lies that contained just enough truth to seem believable, to inspire confidence while pursuing goals that served only his own interests, demonstrated the seductive power of evil that operated through corruption rather than through obvious malevolence or dramatic displays of destructive capability. Caleva, by contrast, represented the principle of justice tempered by compassion, a being whose divine responsibilities included shepherding the souls of the dead and ensuring that the fundamental cosmic law governing the relationship between life and death was maintained with both fairness and mercy. His mortal incarnation retained the essential characteristics that had made him worthy of divine authority: an unwavering commitment to doing what was right, regardless of personal cost, a deep understanding of the value and significance of mortal life, and the kind of moral courage that could confront even the most overwhelming challenges without compromising fundamental principles. The curse that affected Caleva's mortal form created a constant tension between his divine nature and his earthly existence. For whenever he performed acts of genuine altruism or self-sacrifice, he was transformed into a demonic creature whose appearance reflected the cosmic principle that divine justice sometimes required the embrace of aspects of existence that mortals found disturbing or frightening. This curse served as a constant reminder that true moral choice required the willingness to accept consequences that might seem unfair or unpleasant, while demonstrating that genuine virtue often demanded sacrifices that exceeded what most beings were willing to make. Midnight, the mortal woman who would ultimately inherit Mystra's divine responsibilities, possessed magical abilities and theoretical knowledge that exceeded what most mortal mages could achieve. Yet her true qualification for divine authority lay not in her arcane capabilities, but in her fundamental understanding of the relationship between power and responsibility that had been so catastrophically misunderstood by previous wielders of cosmic magical authority. Her mortal experiences had taught her that magical power was most valuable when used to serve others rather than to aggrandize oneself, while her observations of the consequences that followed magical hubris had instilled in her the kind of caution and wisdom that divine stewardship of magic required. The adventures that brought these three together as traveling companions occurred against the backdrop of a world where the normal relationship between mortal prayer and divine intervention had been completely disrupted, creating chaos and uncertainty that affected every aspect of daily life while providing opportunities for both heroism and villainy on scales that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. The absence of reliable divine protection and guidance forced mortal communities to rely upon their own resources and judgment while creating power vacuums that ambitious individuals could exploit for their own purposes. The magical instabilities that resulted from having divine beings walking the earth in mortal form created dangers and opportunities that required constant vigilance and careful decision-making. For spells and magical items that had previously functioned according to predictable principles now produced random and often dangerous effects that could transform routine magical tasks into life-threatening emergencies. The collapse of established magical infrastructure forced both wizards and clerics to develop new approaches to their craft, while dealing with the practical challenges of operating in an environment where their most fundamental assumptions about reality no longer held true. The political upheaval that accompanied the divine incarnation created instabilities that affected every kingdom and city-state throughout Faerun, as rulers who had previously relied upon divine sanction for their authority found themselves forced to maintain power through purely secular means, while dealing with subjects whose traditional sources of spiritual guidance and moral certainty had been disrupted. The absence of reliable divine omens and prophetic guidance made political planning and strategic decision-making far more difficult, while creating opportunities for ambitious individuals to exploit the confusion and uncertainty for their own advancement. The mortal incarnation of Baal, the god of murder, whose divine portfolio encompassed all forms of violent death, created particular dangers during the time of troubles, for his divine essence, trapped within a mortal form, retained enough cosmic power to influence events while lacking the eternal perspective and divine restraint that normally prevented such influence from becoming destructive to the cosmic balance. The death of Baal's mortal avatar, brought about through the heroic efforts of mortals who recognized the threat that his continued existence posed to the stability of reality itself, created consequences that would continue to influence worldly events for generations to come. The Baal-spawn crisis that followed the murder god's mortal death resulted from the scattering of his divine essence among mortals who had been conceived or born under circumstances that connected them to his cosmic influence, creating individuals whose heritage included aspects of divine power, while lacking the wisdom and restraint that normally accompanied such capabilities. These Baal-spawn represented both tremendous potential for heroism and equally significant dangers, for their inherited divine nature could manifest as either noble self-sacrifice in service of cosmic justice, or as murderous ambition that threatened to destabilize entire regions. The most significant of these divine inheritors would later become the focus of epic adventures and cosmic conflicts that demonstrated both the possibilities and perils inherent in mortal beings who possessed aspects of divine nature. without the eternal perspective and cosmic responsibility that normally accompanied such power. The choices made by individual Baalspawn regarding how to use their inherited capabilities would determine not merely their own fates, but the broader question of whether divine power could be safely wielded by beings whose mortal nature made them vulnerable to the kinds of corruption and moral compromise that eternal beings could more easily avoid. The destruction of Gentile Keep during the time of troubles demonstrated the catastrophic consequences that could result when divine conflicts were fought using mortal methods and earthly resources. For the magical and military forces that were unleashed in the battle for control of this strategically important city exceeded anything that purely mortal warfare could have produced, while creating devastation that affected not merely the immediate participants, but the entire regional balance of power. The fall of this fortress city, which had served as a center of evil influence and aggressive expansion for generations, created both opportunities for positive change and dangerous power vacuums that ambitious forces would seek to exploit. The magical catastrophe that accompanied Gentile Keep's destruction created lasting changes in the local magical environment that would influence the development of the region for centuries to come. While the political consequences of removing such a significant center of organized evil allowed other powers to expand their influence and pursue goals that had previously been constrained by the threat that the Gentarim represented, the refugees and survivors who fled the city's destruction carried with them both valuable knowledge and dangerous ambitions that would seed new conflicts and opportunities throughout the surrounding territories. Sirk's ascension to divine status following the resolution of the time of troubles represented perhaps the most troubling outcome of the entire crisis, for his mortal experiences had done nothing to moderate the fundamental selfishness and moral blindness that characterized his approach to power and responsibility. The divine portfolios that he inherited, which included murder, lies, and tyranny, provided him with cosmic authority that he was temperamentally unsuited to wield responsibly, creating conditions for future conflicts and crises that would test the stability of the entire divine order. The madness that would later consume Sirk reflected the inevitable consequences of attempting to wield divine authority without possessing the moral development and eternal perspective that such responsibility required, for the cosmic forces that he controlled gradually overwhelmed his ability to maintain rational thought and coherent planning. His divine insanity created dangers not merely for mortals who fell under his influence, but for the cosmic order itself. As a mad god with authority over fundamental aspects of existence, posed threats that exceeded anything that purely mortal evil could achieve. Caleva's eventual attainment of divine status as the god of the dead represented a more hopeful outcome of the time of troubles, for his mortal experiences had reinforced rather than corrupted the moral principles that had originally made him worthy of cosmic responsibility. His understanding of the value and significance of mortal life, deepened through personal experience of mortality's limitations and vulnerabilities, enabled him to exercise divine authority over death with the kind of compassion and justice that such awesome responsibility required. The transformation of the relationship between life and death that occurred under Caleva's divine stewardship reflected lessons learned during the time of troubles about the importance of maintaining cosmic balance while respecting the dignity and significance of individual mortal existence. His reforms to the processes governing the passage of souls from life to death demonstrated that divine authority could be exercised in ways that served both cosmic necessity and individual justice, creating systems that honored both eternal principles and temporal concerns. Midnight's assumption of Mystra's divine portfolio and responsibilities represented perhaps the most successful outcome of the entire crisis, for her mortal experiences had provided her with precisely the kind of understanding and wisdom that divine stewardship of magic required. Her recognition of the importance of maintaining limitations and safeguards on magical practice, combined with her deep appreciation for magic's potential to serve positive purposes when wielded responsibly, enabled her to restore stability to the cosmic forces governing arcane practice, while preventing the kind of catastrophic failures that had characterized previous attempts to manage such awesome power. The new incarnation of the magic goddess established principles and restrictions that reflected hard-learned lessons about the relationship between capability and responsibility, creating systems that encouraged magical development and innovation, while preventing the kind of hubris and reckless experimentation that had led to disasters like Carus Folly and the fall of Netheril. Her divine guidance of magical practice emphasized the importance of using arcane power to serve others rather than to aggrandize oneself, while maintaining the flexibility and adaptability that allowed for continued growth and discovery within appropriate bounds. The Tablets of Fate, whose theft had originally precipitated the crisis that led to the Time of Troubles, represented cosmic artifacts whose significance exceeded their apparent function as repositories of divine authority and cosmic law. These tablets served as physical manifestations of the fundamental principles that govern the relationship between order and chaos, creation and destruction, justice and mercy, providing tangible symbols of abstract concepts that were essential to maintaining the stability of reality itself. The recovery and restoration of these tablets to their proper cosmic context marked the resolution of the immediate crisis, while establishing new precedents for divine accountability and mortal agency that would influence the development of both earthly and celestial affairs for generations to come. The lessons learned during the Time of Troubles about the importance of earning divine authority through demonstrated virtue rather than simply inheriting it through cosmic accident, created new expectations and standards that would guide future divine behavior, while providing mortals with greater confidence that their gods were worthy of worship and trust. The return of the surviving gods to their celestial realms occurred only after they had satisfied Lord Eo's requirements for proving their continued worthiness to wield cosmic authority and divine responsibility, creating a divine order that was both more accountable to mortal needs and more aware of the consequences that divine actions had for earthly communities. The gods who resumed their cosmic roles carried with them memories and insights gained through mortal experience that would influence their future decisions and priorities, while maintaining their essential divine nature and eternal perspective. The new divine order that emerged from the Time of Troubles reflected a more mature understanding of the relationship between power and responsibility that had been lacking in the previous cosmic hierarchy, creating conditions that were more conducive to both divine wisdom and mortal flourishing. The gods who had survived the crisis possessed enhanced appreciation for the value and significance of mortal existence, while retaining their cosmic capabilities and eternal perspective, enabling them to serve their divine functions more effectively, while remaining more responsive to the needs and aspirations of their mortal worshippers. The lasting changes in the relationship between mortals and their gods that resulted from the Time of Troubles created new possibilities for cooperation and understanding that had been absent from previous ages, as divine beings who had experienced mortality firsthand possessed enhanced empathy for the challenges and limitations that characterized earthly existence. The prayers and rituals that connected mortal communities to divine power carried new meaning and significance when offered to gods who understood through personal experience what such supplications meant to those who offered them. The heroic examples provided by mortals who had distinguished themselves during the crisis demonstrated that exceptional individual virtue and courage could influence cosmic events and divine decisions, creating new models for heroic action that emphasized moral character over magical power or political authority. The recognition that ordinary mortals could achieve extraordinary things when guided by noble principles and sustained by genuine virtue provided inspiration and hope that would influence cultural development throughout the realms for generations to come. The political and social changes that followed the resolution of the Time of Troubles reflected new understandings about the relationship between earthly authority and cosmic justice that had emerged during the crisis, as rulers and institutions adapted to circumstances where divine sanction had to be earned, rather than assumed, while subjects developed greater confidence in their own moral judgment and individual agency. The kingdoms and city-states that emerged from this period of upheaval were generally more responsive to their citizens' needs and more accountable for their actions than their predecessors had been. The magical innovations and developments that emerged from the necessity of operating without reliable divine guidance during the crisis created new approaches to arcane practice that emphasized adaptability, cooperation, and moral responsibility over pure technical capability or theoretical knowledge. The mages and clerics who had successfully navigated the challenges of the Time of Troubles became teachers and leaders whose influence would shape magical education and practice throughout the realms, while ensuring that the lessons learned during the crisis would not be forgotten by future generations. The madness that consumed Sirk following his ascension to godhood during the Time of Troubles was not the simple insanity of a mortal mind overwhelmed by cosmic responsibility, but rather a form of divine corruption that reflected the fundamental incompatibility between his essential nature and the awesome powers he had inherited through circumstances that owed more to cosmic accident than to any demonstrated worthiness for such tremendous authority. This divine insanity would manifest in ways that threatened not merely the stability of individual mortal lives, or even entire kingdoms, but the fundamental structure of reality itself. As a god whose portfolio encompassed murder, lies, and tyranny gradually lost the capacity for rational thought and coherent planning that even malevolent divine beings required in order to exercise their cosmic responsibilities without destroying everything they sought to control or influence. The specific act of cosmic violence that would trigger the most catastrophic magical disaster since the fall of Netheril occurred when Sirk's madness reached a point where he could no longer distinguish between the legitimate exercise of divine authority and the gratification of personal hatred and paranoid delusion. His murder of Mystril, the goddess of magic, whose cosmic responsibilities included maintaining the stability and accessibility of arcane power throughout the material world, was not a calculated political act designed to advance some coherent divine agenda, but rather the product of a diseased consciousness that had lost all connection to the moral principles and eternal perspectives that normally guided even evil deities in their cosmic decision-making. The death of the magic goddess created an immediate and catastrophic disruption in the fundamental forces that governed arcane practice throughout the material world, for Mystril's divine essence had served as the organizing principle that maintained the complex network of magical energies known as the Weave, the cosmic infrastructure that allowed mortal spellcasters to access and direct magical forces according to predictable laws and stable principles. With the sudden removal of this divine stewardship, the magical energy that permeated all levels of reality began to behave according to chaotic patterns that defied prediction or control, creating conditions where even the simplest magical effects could produce catastrophic results. The collapse of the weave manifested initially as what scholars would later term the Spellplague, a magical catastrophe that began with individual instances of wildly unpredictable spell effects and rapidly escalated into a worldwide phenomenon that transformed the fundamental nature of magical practice while creating physical and spiritual changes that affected every aspect of existence throughout the known realms. The blue fire that became the visible symbol of this magical disaster was not merely a destructive force, but a manifestation of raw magical energy that had been freed from the organizing principles and stabilizing influences that the weave had previously provided. The immediate effects of the Spellplague were most dramatically apparent in regions where magical practice had been most intensive and sophisticated, for these areas contained the highest concentrations of magical infrastructure and the largest populations of individuals whose daily lives depended upon reliable access to arcane power. The great cities that had served as centers of magical learning and research found themselves transformed into zones of chaotic magical activity, where buildings might spontaneously change their fundamental properties, where gravity could operate in multiple directions simultaneously, where time itself flowed according to unpredictable patterns that made conventional planning and organization impossible. The spell-scarred individuals who emerged from direct exposure to the chaotic magical energies of the Spellplague represented a new form of human existence that combined mortal consciousness with direct access to the raw magical forces that had been released by the collapse of the weave. These beings possessed capabilities that exceeded what conventional spellcasters could achieve, yet their powers operated according to principles that were fundamentally different from traditional magical practice, drawing directly upon the chaotic energies of the Spellplague, rather than channeling organized magical force through established spell structures and theoretical frameworks. The abilities displayed by spell-scarred individuals varied enormously in their specific manifestations, yet all shared certain characteristics that reflected their connection to the fundamental chaos that had replaced the ordered structure of the weave. Some could manipulate matter and energy through direct mental command, rather than through the complex verbal, somatic, and material components that traditional spellcasting required, while others possessed enhanced physical capabilities that allowed them to survive conditions and perform feats that would have been impossible for unmodified mortals. Yet the power that spell-scarred individuals gained came at tremendous personal cost, for their direct connection to chaotic magical forces made them vulnerable to forms of corruption and instability that conventional magic users had never been required to confront. Many spell-scarred found their abilities impossible to control or predict, while others discovered that prolonged use of their powers gradually altered their consciousness and personality in ways that made maintaining normal social relationships increasingly difficult or impossible. The transformation of entire regions through the Spellplague's chaotic energies created geographical and environmental changes that exceeded anything that had occurred since the original Tearfall catastrophe, as the uncontrolled magical forces reshaped landscapes according to principles that bore no relationship to conventional physics or natural law. Mountain ranges disappeared overnight, while new ones emerged from previously flat terrain. Oceans drained away to reveal transformed continents, while new seas appeared in regions that had previously been dry land. The phenomenon that scholars termed the changing involved the physical displacement of entire regions from their original locations to completely different parts of the world, or in some cases to entirely different planes of existence, as the chaotic magical energies disrupted the fundamental spatial relationships that had previously defined geographical reality. Communities that had existed in familiar surroundings for generations suddenly found themselves transported to alien environments where the basic assumptions about climate, resources, and neighboring peoples no longer applied. The most dramatic examples of the changing involved the displacement of portions of other worlds into Toral's geography, creating a patchwork of environments and ecosystems that reflected different physical laws and magical principles. These displaced regions brought with them not only different landscapes and climates, but also populations of beings whose cultural traditions and biological characteristics were adapted to entirely different conditions, creating unprecedented challenges for adaptation and integration. The political upheaval that resulted from the Spellplague's geographical transformations was compounded by the collapse of governmental and social institutions that had depended upon magical infrastructure for their basic functioning. Kingdoms whose administrative systems relied upon magical communication and transportation found themselves unable to maintain contact with distant provinces, while cities that had been sustained by magically enhanced agriculture and water supply systems faced immediate crises of food and resource distribution. The fall of established political powers created opportunities for new forms of leadership and organization to emerge, yet the chaotic conditions created by the Spellplague made traditional approaches to governance and administration largely ineffective. The successful leaders who emerged during this period were those who could adapt to rapidly changing circumstances while developing new methods for organizing human communities that did not depend upon the magical infrastructure that had previously supported complex civilization. The return of the Shadowvar from their millennium-long exile in the Shadowfell represented one of the most significant political developments of the post-Spellplague period, as these descendants of ancient Netherese civilization possessed magical knowledge and capabilities that had been preserved and refined during their sojourn in the Plane of Shadow. The shadow magic that the Shadowvar had mastered during their exile operated according to principles that were less affected by the chaotic disruptions of the Spellplague, giving them significant advantages over other magical practitioners, while providing them with the tools necessary to establish new forms of political and military power. The floating city of Shade Enclave that served as the capital of the returned Shadowvar civilization demonstrated that advanced magical techniques could still function reliably despite the collapse of the Weave. Yet, the shadow magic that sustained this remarkable achievement came with its own dangers and limitations. The Shadowvar approach to magic emphasized control and domination rather than harmony and cooperation, creating forms of magical practice that were inherently corrosive to the practitioners themselves while threatening to spread shadow corruption throughout the regions where such techniques were employed. The conflicts that emerged between the Shadowvar and other powers seeking to establish dominance in the post-Spellplague world were complicated by the fact that traditional magical defenses and offensive capabilities were no longer reliable, while the shadow magic that the returned Netherese employed operated according to principles that few other magical practitioners understood well enough to counter effectively. These wars demonstrated both the continued importance of magical power in determining political outcomes and the new forms that magical conflict would take in a world where the fundamental nature of arcane practice had been permanently altered. The environmental consequences of the Spellplague extended far beyond the immediate physical transformations caused by chaotic magical energies, creating lasting changes in the fundamental processes that governed plant and animal life throughout the affected regions. Many species found themselves unable to adapt to the new magical conditions and became extinct, while others underwent rapid evolutionary changes that created new forms of life. adapted to environments where magic operated according to chaotic rather than ordered principles. The magical creatures that emerged from Spellplague affected regions often displayed characteristics that combined traits from multiple species or planes of existence, reflecting the way that chaotic magical energies could blur the boundaries that normally separated different forms of life. These new creatures posed challenges for naturalists and scholars attempting to understand and categorize the transformed ecosystems, while also creating new dangers and opportunities for communities attempting to establish stable settlements in Spellplague-affected territories. The Spellplague's effects on agriculture and food production created widespread famine and social disruption, as traditional farming techniques proved inadequate for dealing with magically transformed soil, unpredictable weather patterns, and crops that might spontaneously develop properties that made them inedible or dangerous to consume. The development of new agricultural methods that could function reliably in the changed magical environment became a crucial factor in determining which communities would survive and prosper in the post-Spellplague world. The religious and spiritual consequences of the Spellplague were particularly significant for communities whose traditions had emphasized the importance of magical practice in maintaining connections to divine power and cosmic understanding. The disruption of established magical techniques forced religious leaders to develop new approaches to worship and spiritual practice that did not depend upon the reliable magical effects that had previously supported many forms of ritual and ceremony. The theological questions raised by the Spellplague challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between divine will and magical power, as religious thinkers struggled to understand whether the catastrophe represented divine punishment for mortal hubris, an unfortunate consequence of cosmic politics beyond mortal comprehension, or evidence that the gods themselves were subject to forces and limitations that exceeded their ability to control or predict. These debates would influence religious thought and practice for generations to come. The economic disruption caused by the Spellplague affected not merely those regions where magical infrastructure had been most extensively developed, but also areas that had depended upon trade relationships with magically advanced communities, or that had specialized in providing raw materials and agricultural products to support magical research and development. The collapse of these economic networks created widespread poverty and social instability that persisted long after the initial magical chaos had begun to subside. The adaptation strategies that proved most successful during the post-Spellplague period emphasized flexibility, self-sufficiency, and the development of capabilities that did not depend upon predictable magical effects or complex technological infrastructure. Communities that survived and prospered during this difficult transition were those that could maintain social cohesion and mutual support, while developing new forms of economic organization that remained viable under rapidly changing conditions. The emergence of new forms of magical practice that could function reliably, despite the absence of the traditional weave, represented one of the most important developments of the post-Spellplague period, as innovative practitioners worked to understand and harness the chaotic magical energies that had replaced the ordered arcane infrastructure of previous ages. These new magical techniques often required fundamentally different approaches to training and practice, emphasizing intuitive understanding and adaptive improvisation over the systematic theoretical knowledge that had characterized pre-Spellplague magical education. The magical academies and research institutions that managed to survive the initial catastrophe of the Spellplague played crucial roles in developing and disseminating new magical knowledge while preserving what remained useful from traditional magical theory and practice. These institutions faced the challenge of training students in magical techniques that were still being developed and refined, while also conducting research into fundamental questions about the nature of magic itself that had been reopened by the collapse of previously established theoretical frameworks. The heroes who emerged during the Spellplague period were often individuals whose courage, adaptability, and moral clarity allowed them to function effectively, despite the chaos and uncertainty that characterized the transformed world. These heroes came from all levels of society and possessed diverse backgrounds and capabilities, yet they shared common characteristics that enabled them to provide leadership and inspiration during humanity's darkest hours, while working to preserve the values and achievements that were worth maintaining from the previous age. The gradual stabilization of magical conditions that began to occur decades after the initial Spellplague catastrophe reflected both natural processes of equilibration and conscious efforts by surviving magical practitioners to develop new forms of magical infrastructure that could provide some degree of predictability and reliability without depending upon the centralized organization that the weave had previously provided. This slow recovery process would continue for more than a century, creating opportunities for gradual rebuilding, while requiring constant adaptation to changing magical conditions. The new understanding of magic that emerged from the Spellplague experience emphasized the importance of maintaining humility and caution when dealing with cosmic forces that exceeded mortal comprehension, while also recognizing that magical power remained essential for supporting the forms of civilization and achievement that distinguished human communities from purely subsistence-level existence. The magical practices that developed during this period reflected hard-learned lessons about the dangers of depending too heavily upon magical infrastructure while maintaining appreciation for magic's potential to enhance and enrich human life when employed wisely and responsibly. The social and cultural changes that resulted from the Spellplague created new forms of community organization and interpersonal relationship that reflected the practical necessities of surviving in a world where traditional institutions and assumptions could no longer be taken for granted. The communities that emerged from this period of upheaval often displayed greater egalitarianism and cooperation than their predecessors, while also developing cultural traditions that emphasized adaptability and resilience as essential virtues for maintaining civilization under challenging and unpredictable conditions. The artistic and intellectual achievements of the post-Spellplague period reflected both the trauma of the catastrophe and the human capacity for creating meaning and beauty, even under the most difficult circumstances. The literature, music, and visual arts produced during this era often explored themes of loss, adaptation, and renewal, while demonstrating that cultural creativity could flourish despite material hardship and social disruption. The lessons learned during the Spellplague would continue to influence human development and magical practice for generations to come, creating awareness of both the tremendous potential and the inherent dangers associated with magical power, while fostering appreciation for the importance of maintaining balance between magical enhancement and mundane capability. The survivors of this great catastrophe carried with them knowledge and wisdom that would prove invaluable for navigating future challenges, while ensuring that the mistakes that had led to such devastation would not be repeated by subsequent generations. The catastrophic collapse of the Weave and the devastation wrought by the Spellplague had created a world where the fundamental relationship between mortal ambition and cosmic forces had been shattered beyond what seemed any possibility of repère. Yet in the depths of this magical and spiritual crisis, there stirred ancient powers and divine consciousnesses whose understanding of reality's underlying structure transcended the immediate chaos that had overwhelmed mortal comprehension. These were the chosen of the gods, beings whose mortal origins had been transformed through divine blessing into something that existed at the intersection between human consciousness and cosmic awareness, individuals whose unique position allowed them to perceive patterns and possibilities that remained invisible to purely mortal or purely divine perspectives. The great working that these chosen would undertake to restore stability to the magical infrastructure of the world represented not merely a technical exercise in cosmic engineering, but a fundamental re-examination of the principles that should govern the relationship between mortal practitioners and the divine forces that made magical practice possible. The lessons learned during the centuries of chaos that had followed the Spellplague had demonstrated that the previous arrangement, where a single divine consciousness maintained absolute control over all magical activity throughout the material world, contained vulnerabilities that made catastrophic failure inevitable whenever that central authority was compromised or removed. The restoration of Mystril, that would serve as the cornerstone of this great working, required more than simply replacing the murdered goddess with a new divine consciousness, capable of managing the cosmic responsibilities that her death had left unfulfilled. The Chosen understood that any new incarnation of the magic goddess would need to operate according to principles that incorporated hard-learned lessons about the importance of redundancy, flexibility, and distributed responsibility in maintaining systems whose failure could affect the entire structure of reality. The divine consciousness that emerged from their efforts retained the essential nature and cosmic portfolio that had defined Mystril's role as the goddess of magic. Yet this new incarnation possessed enhanced awareness of the dangers inherent in centralized magical control, while maintaining the wisdom necessary to guide magical development in directions that served the genuine needs of mortal practitioners, rather than merely satisfying their desires for greater power. The restored Mystril embodied a more mature understanding of the relationship between capability and responsibility that reflected the traumatic experiences of the Spellplague years. The reconstruction of the weave that accompanied Mystril's restoration represented perhaps the most ambitious magical undertaking that had ever been attempted, requiring not merely the recreation of the cosmic infrastructure that had previously supported magical practice throughout the material world, but the development of new organizational principles that could provide stability and reliability while avoiding the catastrophic vulnerabilities that had characterized the previous system. The new weave incorporated multiple redundant pathways and distributed control mechanisms that made system-wide failure far less likely, while maintaining the accessibility and predictability that mortal spellcasters required. The process by which this reconstruction occurred involved not merely divine intervention, but active cooperation between mortal heroes, chosen agents of various deities, and cosmic forces whose understanding of magical principles exceeded anything that had previously been available to guide such efforts. This collaboration created unprecedented opportunities for knowledge sharing and mutual understanding between different levels of consciousness and authority, while also ensuring that the restored magical system would reflect the genuine needs and capabilities of all those who would depend upon its continued functioning. The Second Sundering that resulted from these cosmic interventions and restorative efforts represented a fundamental transformation in the nature of reality itself throughout the material world, as the changes that had been imposed upon the landscape and magical environment during the Spellplague were systematically reversed through the application of divine power, operating at scales that exceeded anything that had been witnessed since the original creation of the world. The geographical displacements that had scattered familiar territories across alien regions were undone, restoring the traditional relationships between kingdoms and peoples, while eliminating the chaotic juxtapositions that had made political and economic organization so difficult during the post-Spellplague years. Yet this restoration was not merely a return to previous conditions, for the consciousness and experience gained during the centuries of upheaval had created new understanding and capabilities that enhanced rather than simply replacing what had been lost. The kingdoms and communities that emerged from the Second Sundering retained beneficial innovations and adaptations that had developed during the crisis years while recovering the stability and resources that had been lost during the crisis years. Initial catastrophe. The role that mortal heroes played in facilitating these cosmic changes demonstrated that individual virtue and determination could influence events at the highest levels of reality, creating new models for heroic action that emphasized cooperation with divine will, rather than the kind of defiant ambition that had characterized earlier examples of mortal achievement. These heroes served as living bridges between mortal communities and cosmic forces, translating divine intentions into practical actions, while ensuring that mortal perspectives and needs were adequately represented in the cosmic decision-making processes that would determine the world's future development. The magical techniques and theoretical frameworks that emerged from the restoration process reflected synthesis between the systematic approaches that had characterized pre-Spellplague magical practice and the intuitive, adaptive methods that had developed during the years of chaos. The new magical practices combined the reliability and predictability that traditional spellcasting required with enhanced flexibility and responsiveness that allowed practitioners to adapt more effectively to changing circumstances and unexpected challenges. The educational institutions and research facilities that were established to support magical development in the post-Sundering world incorporated lessons learned about the importance of maintaining ethical frameworks and philosophical foundations alongside technical capability and theoretical knowledge. These institutions emphasized the development of wisdom and moral character as essential qualifications for advanced magical practice, while also providing the rigorous training in practical techniques that effective spellcasting required. The divine politics that influenced the Second Sundering reflected enhanced cooperation and communication among the various deities whose portfolios affected magical practice and mortal welfare, as the traumatic experiences of the Spellplague had demonstrated the dangers inherent in allowing divine conflicts and competition to override considerations of cosmic stability and mortal well-being. The restored pantheon operated according to principles that emphasized collective responsibility and mutual accountability, while maintaining the individual character and specialized functions that made each deity uniquely valuable. The stabilization of magical reality that accompanied the restoration of the weave created new possibilities for magical innovation and development that had been impossible during the chaotic conditions of the Spellplague years. Yet, the new magical environment also included safeguards and limitations designed to prevent the kind of catastrophic experimentation that had characterized earlier periods of magical advancement. The balance between encouraging innovation and maintaining stability required constant vigilance and careful management by both divine authorities and mortal practitioners. The changes in magical theory and practice that resulted from the restoration efforts extended beyond mere technical adjustments to encompass fundamental philosophical shifts in how magical power was understood and employed. The new approaches emphasized service to others and contribution to community welfare as essential motivations for magical development, while discouraging the kind of individual aggrandizement and power accumulation that had led to so many historical disasters. The political transformations that accompanied the Second Sundering reflected new understanding about the relationship between magical capability and governmental authority, as rulers and institutions adapted to circumstances where access to magical resources and expertise required ongoing demonstration of wisdom and moral character, rather than simple political control or inherited privilege. The kingdoms that emerged from this period were generally more responsive to their subjects' needs and more accountable for their use of magical resources than their predecessors had been. The economic and social changes that followed the restoration of geographical stability created new opportunities for trade, cultural exchange, and cooperative development that had been impossible during the years of territorial displacement and environmental chaos. The renewed ability to make long-term plans and investments allowed communities to undertake projects and initiatives that required sustained effort and resource allocation over extended periods, fostering forms of achievement and cultural development that had been impossible during the crisis years. The artistic and intellectual renaissance that characterized the post-Sundering period reflected both relief at the restoration of stability and excitement about the new possibilities that had been created through the combination of traditional knowledge with innovations developed during the years of crisis. The literature, music, and visual arts produced during this era often explored themes of renewal and transformation, while celebrating the human capacity for adaptation and growth under challenging circumstances. The magical crafts and industries that developed during the post-Sundering period incorporated both traditional techniques and new innovations that had emerged from necessity during the Spellplague years, creating forms of magical practice that were more robust and adaptable than their predecessors, while maintaining the reliability and effectiveness that practical applications required. These developments supported both individual practitioners seeking to develop their capabilities and communities working to enhance their collective welfare through magical enhancement of agriculture, industry, and infrastructure. The exploration and settlement of regions that had been transformed or newly revealed during the Second Sundering provided opportunities for discovery and adventure that attracted individuals seeking to expand human knowledge and capability while contributing to the ongoing development of magical theory and practice. These expeditions often uncovered remnants of ancient civilizations and magical techniques that had been preserved or transformed during the years of chaos, providing valuable resources for scholars and practitioners working to understand and enhance current magical capabilities. The relationships between different racial communities that had been disrupted during the geographical chaos of the Spellplague were gradually restored and often enhanced through shared experiences of crisis and recovery, creating new foundations for cooperation and mutual understanding that transcended traditional boundaries and conflicts. The common challenges that all communities had faced during the years of upheaval had demonstrated the value of cooperation and mutual support, while reducing the significance of historical grievances and cultural differences. The religious and spiritual developments that emerged from the restoration process reflected enhanced understanding of the relationship between divine authority and mortal welfare, as religious communities worked to develop forms of worship and spiritual practice that honored divine power, while maintaining appropriate emphasis on individual moral development and community service. The traumatic experiences of the Spellplague had demonstrated the dangers of religious practices that emphasized power and control over love and service, leading to reforms that made religious institutions more responsive to their community's genuine spiritual needs. The scholarly and academic institutions that were established during the post-Sundering period incorporated both traditional approaches to learning and research and new methodologies that had been developed during the crisis years, creating educational environments that emphasized both theoretical knowledge and practical capability, while maintaining strong ethical frameworks that prevented the kind of dangerous experimentation that had characterized earlier periods of magical development. The international relationships and diplomatic practices that developed during the post-Sundering period reflected lessons learned about the importance of maintaining communication and cooperation between different political entities, as the shared challenges of the crisis years had demonstrated that problems affecting one region could rapidly spread to affect the entire world. The diplomatic institutions and practices that emerged emphasized collective security and mutual assistance while respecting the sovereignty and cultural autonomy of individual communities. The technological and magical innovations that emerged from the restoration efforts created new capabilities for enhancing agricultural productivity, improving transportation and communication systems, and developing forms of manufacturing and construction that could support larger populations while maintaining environmental sustainability. These developments provided practical benefits that improved quality of life for ordinary citizens, while also supporting the kind of cultural and intellectual achievement that characterized advanced civilization. The military and security developments that accompanied the Second Sundering reflected new understanding about the relationship between magical capability and defensive necessity, as military organizations adapted to circumstances where magical threats and opportunities required different forms of training and organization than purely conventional warfare. The military institutions that emerged emphasized both magical and mundane capabilities while maintaining strong ethical frameworks that prevented the abuse of military power for purely selfish or destructive purposes. The legal and judicial systems that were established or reformed during the post-Sundering period incorporated new understanding about the relationship between magical capability and legal responsibility, creating frameworks for addressing crimes and disputes that involve magical effects, while maintaining principles of justice and fairness that protected both magical practitioners and those who lacked such capabilities. These legal developments provided essential infrastructure for maintaining social order while encouraging beneficial magical innovation and development. The environmental and ecological restoration that accompanied the Second Sundering addressed not merely the immediate damage caused by the Spellplague, but also longer-term environmental degradation that had resulted from centuries of magical and mundane development that had not adequately considered ecological consequences. The restoration efforts created new models for sustainable development that balanced human needs with environmental health, while demonstrating that magical enhancement could support rather than compromise ecological balance. The hope and optimism that characterized the post-Sundering period reflected genuine achievement in overcoming what had seemed like insurmountable challenges while creating new foundations for continued development and achievement that incorporated hard-learned lessons about the importance of wisdom, cooperation, and moral character in guiding human endeavors. The world that emerged from the Second Sundering was neither a simple restoration of previous conditions nor a complete transformation of reality, but rather a synthesis that combined the best elements of traditional knowledge and new innovation while avoiding the mistakes that had led to such devastating consequences. The new age that began with the completion of the Second Sundering promised continued opportunities for growth, discovery, and achievement within frameworks that emphasized sustainability, cooperation, and service to the common good, rather than individual aggrandizement or the accumulation of power for its own sake. The foundations that had been established through the restoration process provided stability and security, while maintaining the flexibility and adaptability that would be necessary for addressing future challenges and opportunities that could not yet be anticipated but would inevitably arise as human civilization continued its endless journey toward greater wisdom, capability, and fulfillment. The world that emerged from the transformative events of the Second Sundering bore the visible marks of all the great trials and triumphs that had shaped its development across the millennia, Yet it also pulsed with new possibilities and renewed hope that reflected the hard-won wisdom accumulated through centuries of catastrophe, recovery, and gradual understanding of the delicate balance required to maintain civilization in a reality where divine forces and mortal ambitions intersected in ways that could produce either magnificent achievement or devastating destruction. The Forgotten Realms of the current age represented neither a simple restoration of some idealized past, nor a complete transformation into something unprecedented, but rather a complex synthesis that incorporated the most valuable elements of traditional knowledge and culture, while adapting to the realities and opportunities created by the great changes that had reshaped both the physical world and the fundamental nature of magic itself. The political landscape that characterized the modern realms reflected the profound lessons learned during the periods of chaos and upheaval that had tested every form of governance and social organization, creating kingdoms and city-states whose institutions had been tempered by adversity while remaining flexible enough to adapt to the continuing evolution of circumstances that no amount of planning or wisdom could entirely predict or control. The rulers who governed these communities had inherited not merely territories and resources, but also the accumulated experience of generations who had faced existential threats and emerged stronger through their struggles, creating forms of leadership that emphasized service to the common good over personal aggrandizement, while maintaining the strength and decisiveness necessary to protect their subjects from the various dangers that continued to threaten civilized life. The kingdom of Cormyr, which had survived and prospered through all the great catastrophes that had devastated other realms, stood as perhaps the finest example of how traditional monarchical institutions could evolve and adapt while maintaining their essential character and effectiveness. The Purple Dragon Throne had been occupied by rulers whose wisdom and virtue had been tested through direct confrontation with cosmic threats, creating a dynasty whose legitimacy rested not merely upon hereditary claims, but upon demonstrated capability to guide their people through whatever challenges might arise, while maintaining the principles of justice and benevolence that made their authority worthy of respect and loyalty. The city-states of the Sword Coast had developed forms of mercantile democracy and guild-based governance that reflected the practical necessities of communities whose prosperity depended upon trade, craftsmanship, and the ability to adapt quickly to changing economic and political conditions. These urban centers had learned to balance the competing interests of different social groups and economic activities, while maintaining the internal cohesion necessary to present unified responses to external threats and opportunities, creating forms of collective decision-making that were both more inclusive and more effective than the purely autocratic systems that had characterized earlier periods of urban development. The ongoing influence of ancient events remained clearly visible throughout the modern realms, as the consequences of decisions made millennia ago continued to shape contemporary politics, culture, and daily life in ways that demonstrated the fundamental interconnectedness of past, present, and future. In a world where the actions of heroes and villains could create changes that echoed across geological ages, the ruins of Netheril's floating cities still dotted the landscape of Anarok, serving as permanent reminders of the dangers inherent in unchecked magical ambition, while also providing resources and knowledge for scholars and adventurers willing to brave the magical hazards that persisted in those ancient sites of glory and catastrophe. The Underdark realms, where the Drow had built their twisted civilization, continued to influence surface politics through the complex web of trade relationships, military conflicts, and cultural exchanges that connected the sunlit world with the alien societies that had developed in the depths beneath the earth. The Dark Elves, whose ancestors had been transformed and exiled during the Crown Wars, had created forms of civilization that served as dark mirrors of surface achievements, demonstrating alternative paths of development, while providing both warnings about the consequences of moral corruption and opportunities for redemption and reconciliation that could transcend even the most ancient hatreds and divisions. The magical environment of the modern realms operated according to principles that had been established during the restoration of the weave following the Second Sundering, creating conditions that were both more stable and more accessible than those that had characterized earlier periods, while incorporating safeguards and limitations designed to prevent the kind of catastrophic failures that had periodically devastated magical practice throughout history. The new magical infrastructure provided reliable access to arcane power for properly trained practitioners, while maintaining the flexibility necessary to support innovation and discovery within appropriate bounds of safety and responsibility. The schools of magic and centers of arcane learning that had been established throughout the realms reflected enhanced understanding of the relationship between theoretical knowledge and practical wisdom, emphasizing the development of moral character and philosophical understanding alongside technical capability and spellcasting proficiency. These institutions served not merely as training centers for individual practitioners, but as repositories of magical knowledge and focal points for ongoing research into the fundamental principles that governed arcane practice, creating networks of scholarship and cooperation that enhanced the capabilities of the entire magical community while maintaining appropriate cautions against dangerous experimentation. The relationship between magical practitioners and mundane communities had evolved during the modern period into forms of cooperation and mutual support that reflected hard-learned lessons about the importance of integrating magical capabilities with broader social and economic systems rather than treating arcane power as something separate from or superior to conventional skills and activities. The village wizards and hedge mages who served rural communities provided practical magical assistance that enhanced agricultural productivity, improved healing and veterinary care, and offered protection against magical threats, while remaining integrated into the social fabric of the communities they served, rather than standing apart as mysterious or intimidating figures. The great cities of the modern realms incorporated magical enhancements and infrastructure that improved quality of life for all residents, while maintaining the accessibility and affordability that allowed people from all social backgrounds to benefit from magical conveniences and protections. The street lighting systems that used magical illumination, the water supply networks that incorporated purification enchantments, and the transportation systems that employed magical enhancement represented practical applications of arcane knowledge that served the common good, while demonstrating the positive potential of magic when employed wisely and responsibly. The threats that characterized the modern age were both familiar echoes of ancient dangers and entirely new challenges that reflected the continuing evolution of the world and its inhabitants, requiring forms of heroism and leadership that could adapt traditional virtues to unprecedented circumstances, while maintaining the essential principles that had guided successful responses to crisis throughout history. The cult activities and demonic incursions that periodically threatened civilized communities represented contemporary manifestations of the eternal struggle between order and chaos, good and evil, that had characterized every age of the world's development, while taking forms that reflected current conditions and capabilities. The rise of new dragon threats and the activities of ancient worms whose long slumbers had been disturbed by the great changes of recent centuries, created challenges that required both traditional dragon fighting expertise and innovative approaches that reflected enhanced understanding of draconic psychology and motivations. The dragons of the modern age were not merely obstacles to be overcome through superior force, but complex personalities whose goals and methods required careful analysis and strategic thinking to counter effectively, while minimizing collateral damage to innocent communities. The political tensions between different kingdoms and city-states reflected both historical grievances and contemporary competitions for resources, trade routes, and spheres of influence that required diplomatic skill and strategic wisdom to manage without allowing conflicts to escalate into the kind of devastating wars that had characterized earlier periods of political instability. The modern rulers who successfully navigated these challenges were those who understood that lasting solutions required addressing underlying causes of conflict rather than merely achieving temporary military victories that left fundamental problems unresolved. The economic systems that supported the prosperity of the modern realms represented sophisticated forms of trade and resource management that had developed through centuries of experimentation and adaptation, creating networks of exchange that connected distant communities while providing opportunities for individual advancement and community development that had been impossible under more primitive economic arrangements. The merchant guilds and trading companies that facilitated these economic relationships operated according to principles that balanced competitive efficiency with social responsibility, creating forms of commerce that served the broader public interest while rewarding innovation and hard work. The cultural achievements of the modern period reflected the rich synthesis of traditions and innovations that had emerged from the interaction between different racial communities and regional cultures, creating forms of artistic expression, scholarly inquiry, and spiritual practice that drew upon the accumulated wisdom of all the civilizations that had contributed to the development of the realms, while remaining responsive to contemporary needs and aspirations. The literature, music, and visual arts produced during this era demonstrated that cultural creativity could flourish when supported by stable institutions and peaceful conditions, while remaining connected to the deeper sources of meaning and inspiration that gave such achievements their lasting significance. The religious and spiritual life of the modern realms reflected mature understanding of the relationship between divine authority and mortal responsibility that had been developed through direct experience of divine presence during the time of troubles and the subsequent periods of cosmic intervention and restoration. The temples and religious institutions that served contemporary communities emphasized both reverence for divine power and recognition of the importance of individual moral development and community service, creating forms of worship and spiritual practice that honored the gods while empowering mortals to take active responsibility for creating just and compassionate societies. The adventuring companies and heroic individuals who responded to the various threats and challenges that continued to arise throughout the realms represented new models of heroism that combined traditional virtues like courage, determination, and moral clarity with enhanced understanding of the importance of cooperation, wisdom, and service to others. These modern heroes operated within frameworks of law and social responsibility that guided their actions while allowing for the kind of individual initiative and creative problem-solving that heroic situations required, creating forms of heroic action that served both immediate needs and longer-term social development. The magical research and development that continued in the modern realms operated according to principles that emphasized safety, responsibility, and service to the common good, while maintaining sufficient freedom and resources to support the kind of innovation and discovery that enhanced human capabilities and understanding. The research institutions and individual practitioners who engaged in magical experimentation did so within ethical frameworks that had been developed through careful consideration of historical lessons about the dangers of unconstrained magical ambition, while remaining committed to expanding the boundaries of what magical practice could achieve in service of worthy goals. The international relationships and diplomatic practices that characterized the modern period reflected enhanced recognition of the interconnectedness of all communities within the realms, and the importance of maintaining cooperative relationships that could address common challenges while respecting the sovereignty and cultural autonomy of different peoples and regions. The diplomatic institutions and practices that had developed emphasized both formal treaty relationships and informal networks of communication and mutual assistance that could respond flexibly to changing circumstances while maintaining the stability and predictability that long-term planning and development required. The educational systems that had been established throughout the realms provided opportunities for individuals from all backgrounds to develop their capabilities and pursue their aspirations, while contributing to the ongoing development of their communities and the broader society. These educational institutions emphasize both practical skills and theoretical knowledge, while maintaining strong ethical frameworks that prepared students to use their capabilities responsibly while serving the common good rather than merely pursuing personal advancement or accumulation of power. The legal and judicial systems that governed the modern realms incorporated sophisticated understanding of the relationship between individual rights and social responsibilities that had been developed through centuries of experience with different forms of government and social organization. These legal frameworks provided protection for both individual liberty and community welfare, while maintaining the flexibility necessary to address new challenges and changing circumstances without abandoning fundamental principles of justice and fairness. The environmental stewardship and conservation practices that had been developed during the modern period reflected enhanced understanding of the relationship between human activities and ecological health that had been learned through direct experience of the environmental consequences of magical and mundane development that ignored ecological considerations. The resource management and conservation practices that contemporary communities employed demonstrated that human prosperity and environmental health could be mutually supporting rather than inherently conflicting goals when appropriate. Knowledge and commitment were applied to their integration. The technological and magical innovations that continued to emerge during the modern period created new capabilities for addressing human needs and enhancing quality of life, while maintaining the safety and sustainability that responsible development required. These innovations represented collaborative efforts between magical practitioners and mundane craftsmen that produced solutions to practical problems, while demonstrating the value of integrating different forms of knowledge and expertise, rather than treating them as separate or competing approaches to human advancement. The hope and confidence that characterized the modern realms reflected genuine achievement in creating forms of civilization that had learned from historical mistakes, while remaining committed to continued growth and development that served the highest aspirations of conscious beings. The world that had emerged from the great trials and transformations of previous ages was neither perfect nor free from challenges and dangers, but it provided foundations for continued progress while maintaining the wisdom and humility necessary to avoid the catastrophic failures that had periodically devastated earlier civilizations. The continuing cycle of heroism and adventure that characterized daily life throughout the realms demonstrated that human nature retained its essential capacity for growth, courage, and moral development despite all the changes and challenges that had shaped the world's development. The heroes who emerged to address contemporary threats and opportunities carried forward the best traditions of their predecessors while adapting to current circumstances in ways that honored the past while remaining responsive to present needs and future possibilities. The mystery and wonder that continued to pervade every aspect of life in the realms reflected the fundamental truth that reality contained depths and possibilities that exceeded any finite understanding while remaining accessible to those who approached it with appropriate combinations of wisdom, courage, and humility. The world that had been shaped by divine intervention and cosmic forces while remaining the stage for mortal choices and achievements represented an ongoing invitation to exploration, discovery, and service that could provide meaning and purpose for countless generations, while honoring the sacrifices and achievements of those who had made such possibilities available through their own struggles and triumphs. The eternal nature of change and continuity that defined existence in the Forgotten Realms ensured that the current age would itself become history, while contributing to the ongoing development of civilization and consciousness that had characterized every previous period of the world's evolution. The foundations that had been established through millennia of trial and achievement provided stability and wisdom while remaining flexible enough to support whatever forms of growth and transformation the future might require, creating conditions where the best of the past could be preserved while new possibilities continued to unfold through the choices and actions of heroes yet to come. And so we reach the end of our journey through the vast chronicles of the Forgotten Realms, from the first divine sparks in primordial darkness to the complex world that exists today. We have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of gods, the endless cycle of creation and destruction that defines existence itself. These ancient tales remind us that all things pass, that even the mightiest powers are subject to change, yet something endures through all transformations: the capacity for growth, for choice, for hope in the face of uncertainty. The realms continue to evolve, shaped by both divine will and mortal action, proving that the future remains unwritten, waiting for new heroes to make their mark upon the world. Rest now, dreaming of distant ages and infinite possibilities, knowing that in a realm where gods walk among mortals and magic flows like water, every dawn brings new adventures, and every choice echoes through eternity.